Kau boleh dengar tak suara saya? Kau boleh dengar tak suara saya? Saya tak dengar.
Boleh, boleh.
Okay. Yo, boleh nampak. Okay. Boleh ke nanti Sekretariat tolong sharekan saya punya link kepada Google Classroom?
Assalamualaikum semua. Pada peserta boleh scan QR code dulu untuk kehadiran bengkel hari ini. Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum. Boleh kita mula sekarang?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So, peserta dah ada 24 orang. Saya rasa ramai lagi ni. So, kita mulakan dululah. Kita mulakan dululah.
Mana
Okey. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Syukur Alhamdulillah kerana pada hari ini kita dikurnia ruang dan masa untuk melaksanakan workshop on digital content creator sempena Minggu Citra Akademik 2021. Anjuran pejabat TNCAA, UNIZA dan juga Pusat Pengurusan Kecemerlangan Inovasi Akademik CoMAE dengan kerjasama Centum. Alhamdulillah. Bagi memberkati bengkel kita pada hari ini, so kita mulakan dengan bacaan Ummul Kitab Al-Fatihah. Amin, amin. Sebelum memulakan bengkel kita, izinkan saya menjemput Timbalan Pengarah bahagian Inovasi CoMAE, Encik Azwar Abdul Aziz untuk memberi kata aluan kepada fasilitator dan juga peserta. Dipersilakan.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dia dengar ke?
Boleh?
Okay, thank you. Thank you dan Assalamualaikum dan semua. Dan pihak yang berbahagia, Dr. Rashid, Pensyarah dari Fakulti Sosial dan Kepimpinan. Doktor dan untuk hari ini. Pertama kali saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua, terutamanya sudi menjadi part of peserta untuk dalam kita punya bengkel. So as we know, asalnya bengkel ini dijadikan untuk kita face to face, tapi bila ada kes COVID di kalangan Liza, so jabatan kita buat secara online. Dan kita juga harap untuk next punya bengkel kita akan buat secara face to face lah. Kita ada 3 siri pertama, siri kedua, hari ini kita ada siri ketiga. Okay, saya juga sangat-sangat mengucapkan terima kasih kepada dua fasilitator kita hari ini, Dr. Nurbiha, seorang yang sangat berpengalaman dan juga adalah pengurusi untuk MEPTA Malaysia. Indonesia berfungsi sebagai like a think tanker di sumber pendapat dan sebagainya daripada kementerian. So kita amat memerlukanlah pengalaman Dr. Nurbiha dan juga Dr. Ana untuk kita share, because kalau saya boleh introduce kita punya kepada Dr. Nurbiha dan Dr. Ana, we still in develop mock or digital content. So this is quite new. Kita dah ada platform, kita dah ada dia punya even dah ada punya syllabus, dah ada dekat kita punya mock platform. We still lack on digital content. How we want to buat satu content yang berkualiti tinggi lah, yang capai kan Coursera ke YBrs dan sebagainya. So this is what we intend to do. So we have a planning. So semua peserta di sini adalah kita akan grooming untuk build up satu course untuk mock, yang mana semua peserta yang terlibat dalam masa setahun ni kita ada planning yang kita ada proper planning lah daripada CoMAE untuk kita siapkan benda ni. So untuk capai kita punya target. So I really welcome both facilitator to here hari ini dan juga kepada semua peserta, dan hope we gain something this, enjoy the program, and pada masa sama we need to share, kita boleh share experience and kita boleh share apa pertanyaan, so we can question to this, and as organizer CoMAE dan sebagainya, kita akan ambil maklum akan semua input untuk tambah baik kita punya, terutamanya kita punya mock content. So dengan itu saya serahkan balik kepada pengurusi majlis Dr. Nurbiha.
Okey, alhamdulillah. Terima kasih kepada Encik Azwar atas ucapan haluan tadi dan pembukaan bengkel kita. Okey, sebelum kita memulakan bengkel, izinkan saya perkenalkan sedikit mengenai dua orang fasilitator kita pada hari ini. Okay. Dr. Nurbiha is an educational technologist, a senior lecturer from School of Education UTM. For the past 10 years, she is currently serving as the Deputy Director Teaching and Learning at University Technology Malaysia, and entrusted to be the Chairman of Malaysia Head of Public University E-Learning Council, MEPTA. Okay, she received her doctoral degree in educational technology, and her research interest is on educational data mining, online learning and learning analytics. She has conducted various training and workshops locally and internationally related to design online learning. As for research, she headed more than 10 research grants, both locally and internationally research grants related to MOOC, Massive Open Online Courses, Learning Analytics, as well as online learning. She has authored more than 100 publications and graduated 5 PhD students under her supervision in the field of educational technology and STEM. Okay, her recent book is published in Springer Lecture Notes for Educational Technology entitled Learning Spaces for the Next Generation. Okay, so ni sedikit pengenalan berkenaan dengan doktor yang berusaha Dr. Nurbiha Abdul Syukur. Okay, seterusnya fasilitator kita yang kedua yang berusaha Dr. Hana Haziqah Abdul Rashid, pensyarah daripada Fakulti Sains, Sosial dan Kemanusiaan. Okay, Dr. Anna is an educational technologist, a senior lecturer from School of Human Resource Development and Psychology, UTM. She received her doctoral degree in educational technology, and her research interest is online learning and training as well as behavioral analysis. Okay, she has conducted various training and workshops related to technology tools in teaching and training. So, she also experienced in developing online courses including MOOC and micro-credential. For research, she is actively involved in research related to technological implementation on education, training and psychology. Okay, recently, she is co-author in a book entitled Technology Tools in Online Learning published under penerbit UTM. Okay, so tu sedikit berkenaan dengan fasilitator kita. So tanpa melengahkan masa, so saya serahkan bengkel ini kepada fasilitator.
Sorry Dr. Mala, just have a quick Dr. Nurbiha, thank you. So I just got a message that we have a foreigner for this workshop. So the workshop will be conduct both in English and Malay lah, mainly for the English part. Thank you.
Will do. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Thank you, Dr. Nurmala, for your kind introduction to both of us. So, my name is Nurbiha, and I have with me Dr. Anna Haziqah. As what you have read in her bio, she has also experience in developing MOOC and digital content, micro-credential at UTM. So, I think with on-field experience, I think it's worth it to have her here today. I have shared the link to the workshop material. I set up a Google Classroom so that all of us can have access to the material, and there will be some online and offline tasks that you have to carry out. So we won't be entirely online the whole time of our workshop duration. As had been mentioned before, I think we plan to have this face-to-face, and that's the reason why when we plan to have face-to-face, I plan not to have more than 30 participants in the workshop, because I was thinking that I need to entertain each and every one of you. So, but because this is being carried out online, I think then it is okay if we have more. Okay, so the first part of our workshop will be about hold on, let me share my screen. Okay, so this is the detailing of the topics that we have prepared for all of the lecturers in INISA. So we won't be closing this class. So I think all of us can make full use of the notes that we have prepared. In case that you need, I don't know if maybe in the future that you think that you need to ask questions, please feel free to do so. I have shared the link. Can Dr. Anna share the link to the Google Classroom again in the chat box? Okay, so the first part, this morning, we are going to go through searching for open educational resources. Then we are going to look at designing self-instructional material. And in the afternoon, we are going to look at building notes. So we will start building notes first. And then in the second series, that will be on 29th of November, right? Dr. Nurmala? 29, right?
Ya.
November. Okay, so on 29th of November, we will be developing hopefully face-to-face because this one involves storyboarding and I need to see practically how did you develop the instructional videos and also other multimedia. So I will start today with searching for open educational resources and designing SIM. And then in the afternoon, we'll start building SIM by starting with notes first, and then we will start storyboarding for videos and other multimedias later on in the second series of our workshop. So this is how we plan it. So I think we can start. Okay. The first part is about searching for open educational resources. Now, before we want to develop any self-instructional material, any digital content, the first thing to do, usually what we do is that we try to search for things over the internet. So we take images from the website, we take videos from the website. So that form the basis of our material. But I would like to introduce to all of you what is the good practices of searching for resources, for educational resources over the internet. And there are things that you cannot simply take because you cannot simply, right click and save as your images and then put the images in your slide. So there are good practices and there are actually open and free resources that you can use. We need to say that it is legit, like nobody will come to you and then sue you because you're using their content. So the things, we call that as open educational resources. And we are going to look at what is open educational resources and where can we find them. And if there is a need for giving attribution, so we will also practice on how to give attribution to your material that you have taken from all over the internet. Okay. So I hope at the end of the day, you'll be able to differentiate between an open source material, a common creative material, and copyrighted material. So these are three different things. We can have open source, we can have common creative content, and we can have copyrighted digital content. And then we are going to look at how to use the correct digital content searching techniques because there are places where you can get all of this digital content. Okay. So I'm going to start with what is digital content and then how to reuse digital content and how to search for open educational resources and how to give attribution to your to the open educational resources that you take from the internet. Okay, let's look at first what is digital content. So digital content is any form of data or information that you take and then you turn it and then you convert that into an electronic form. So we call this as digital content. Let's say, for example, you have a paper or a drawing that you have produced on a piece of paper. So that one is called analog. And then when you scan that one, so when you scan your drawing, when you scan any document that is physical to you, when you scan that one, that means you are converting the analog form of your content into digital content. So it is as simple as that. Okay, so converting from the analog form of information into electronic form. So that is basically digital content. So this information or this data can be any form. It can be drawings, it can be images, it can be text, it can be videos. So you can have analog videos, but the way you convert analog videos into digital videos, that is different way. It's not done by scanning. So it's done by using a software and then you scan that. So there are many ways to transform analog content into digital content. However, previously we do not have many digital content. Okay, dulu apa yang kita buat, what we did before was that we take analog content and then we convert that into digital content. But we never create terus multimedia terus dalam bentuk digital. Okay, so dulu. Okay, so what we do is that we create that content secara analog and then only we convert that into digital content. But nowadays, you can directly create digital content, so you don't have to do all of these conversion activities. So, for example, you can just create your images digitally. For example, you can use many applications such as Canva. You can also use multimedia software such as Adobe Illustrator, Adobe Photoshop, meaning to say that you can directly draw in a digital form. So when you publish that one, it is already in a digital form. You don't have to convert that. You draw on a paper and then you scan that drawing and then turn that digital. Okay, so it is different now. We no longer do conversion, but we create directly using our computer digital content. So that is later on we are going to see how can we do this. Okay. So there are many forms of digital content, as I said just now. It can be in the form of text, audio, video, animation, as well as images. So all of this can exist as a digital content. And as I said before this, we create all this digital content by converting something analog, for example, analog audio into digital. We convert analog video into digital, but nowadays, we no longer do that. We directly create digital content and without the process of conversion. Okay. Now, how do you usually obtain your digital content? Okay, if I may ask, you search over the internet, right? So I assume that one. You search over the internet, and how did you find, for example, images? Kat mana website? What website did you use to search for digital content? Boleh tak sesiapa share? Pakai apa? You ambil images, cari video, pakai website apa? Cari kat website mana?
Pinterest.
Okay, Pinterest. Okay, so you get Pinterest biasanya kita dapat dalam bentuk poster. Okay, other than that, other than Pinterest, YouTube. Yeah, very good. Lagi? Mana lagi? Images. Nota lah, nota. Okay, Google. Okay. Nota. Kalau kita nak cari rujukan nota ataupun buku teks, where did you go? Did you use your library punya database untuk cari buku? Ataupun mana you all nak cari rujukan nota? For example, for notes.
Z Library.
Okay, ni pun menarik juga ni. Z Library. Okay. Ni baru ni, saya tak pernah dengar Z Library ni. Okay, tapi boleh nanti saya cuba cari. Z Library ni is not your local library, right?
Banyak dalam tu, Doktor.
Okay. Alright. Okay. Now, how from this digital content, macam mana you all ambil itu? For example, kalau you all nak ambil video dekat YouTube tadi, okay, Dr. Saidah kata dia ambil video dekat YouTube. Macam mana Dr. Syahadah tahu bahawa video dekat YouTube tu boleh diambil? So, how did you take? Contohnya nak ambil video YouTube ni kan, okay. Nak share dekat student. So, macam mana cara diambil tu video kat YouTube tu? How did you take it? The resources. Macam mana cara tu? Orang lain, kalau dia pakai video YouTube, macam mana you all ambil video dekat YouTube tu? Kayak apa?
Embed dalam LMS.
Okay, you all sharing dekat dalam LMS. Okay. Ada tak yang buat aktiviti, contoh dia ambil link tu, lepas tu dia paste dekat satu website ni. Apa nama website ni? There's this website that can convert the YouTube video and then you can download that YouTube video. Apa nama?
Pernah.
Apa nama, Dr. Ana? Website tu untuk kita convert, ambil link tu, kita paste dekat satu website and then lepas tu kita download. Okay? Puncanya adalah kenapa? Puncanya sebab dekat YouTube tu tak ada button nak download. Jadi nak kena cari cara macam mana nak download video YouTube ni. Okay, sebab you want that in MP4 format contohnya. You katakanlah you nak embed kat dalam you punya PowerPoint ke apa ke, you tak nak share link. Sebab kalau share link nanti contoh it is dependent on in the internet connection. Okay, so you nak dia punya file itself. So, tetapi kaedah ni adalah kaedah haram lah. Okay, you cannot do that because if once they say that it is not downloadable, okay, bila tak boleh nak download, itu maksudnya takkan ada button download kat situ. Okay, so what about images? If you took images from from the website, okay? Kalau if you took images from any website, how did you do it? Katakanlah ambil image daripada Google, how did you do it? Siapa boleh share? Macam mana you ambil gambar daripada Google Images? Apa yang you buat? Save as. Right click, save as. Okay. Itu memang bijak. Okay. Saya pun dulu buat juga right click, save as. Okay. But again, we never know the originator of the picture. Okay. And dia pun sebenarnya tak bagi pun kita download gambar tersebut. Okay. So actually sebenarnya itu pun kaedah mengambil material yang tak betul. Okay. Sebab kita dulu pernah buat satu conference. Dalam satu conference ni kita pakai gambar pemandangan Kuala Lumpur. So kita letak gambar pemandangan Kuala Lumpur tu dekat website, header website because the conference is hosted in Kuala Lumpur. So we put that picture on our website sebagai header kepada website of our conference. So a lawyer knock on our door and tanya, where do you get this picture? And orang kata bahawa kita ambil daripada internet lah gambar Kuala Lumpur, pemandangan Kuala Lumpur. So apparently the owner of the photo demand for an explanation. Where is the document, or where and when did he give any consent for us to use the photo that he published? So gambar tu sebenarnya dia share dekat dia punya blog. Gambar tu dia share kat dia punya blog, lepas tu kita nampak cantik, lepas tu kita pun right click, kita pun save as, macam tu. Jadi and then we put that on our website. So because we are generating income kan daripada conference kan, walaupun bukanlah orang datang kepada conference kita sebab elemen gambar dia yang cantik tu, tapi somehow we also generate income from the conference. So it means that, you know, you are using my photo to generate some income. So that is not right, and we cannot do that as well. Okay. Now, berhati-hati ya apabila menggunakan gambar-gambar, benda-benda yang macam ni lah, sensitif. Okay. Alright. Now, if you say ada orang kata bahawa nothing is free in this world. Okay, tetapi sebenarnya there are free pictures, free images, free notebooks, free textbook, free video that you can provide and then you can use for your teaching and learning. So what I wanted to tell you is that when you want to create a digital content, you do not have to necessarily start from scratch. So bila kita start from scratch ni nak develop digital content ni, we start with a blank canvas, so kita pun tak tahu apa benda yang kita nak gunakan to assist our teaching and learning. So what kind of digital content can we use to make our teaching and learning more interesting? Okay, so you do not have to start from scratch because there are things that you can obtain for free and legally you can use that. So you do not have to create your digital content from scratch. Okay. So why? I'm just going to tell you why. Kenapa kita boleh dapat digital content for free? So it's actually part of Sustainable Development Goal, Quality Education number 4. Orang kata there are many people talking about quality education. Tapi sebenarnya apa yang dimaksudkan oleh UNESCO in Sustainable Development Goal yang Quality Education number 4 ni, apa yang dimaksudkan sebenarnya adalah dia kata semua orang, everybody has inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all then they say that everyone has the right to education. Bila dia kata apa yang cuba UNESCO perjuangkan adalah everyone has the right to education. When they say everyone has the right to education, they are trying to tell all the higher education institution to provide education for free. Okay, but not necessarily free education sahaja, but free quality education. So macam mana dia kata, macam mana UNESCO propose cadang kepada higher education institution ini to promote free quality education to all. Dia cadangkan dengan cara menggunakan OER, iaitu OER adalah Open Educational Resources. Okay, so OER ni adalah, bila kita tengok nanti, dia adalah hasil kerja orang yang telah ditambah baik dan dikongsikan secara percuma. That is open educational resources, and that is what UNESCO trying to promote to all higher education institution in the world, all education providers in the world. Dia kata jangan start from scratch, make full use of open educational resources. Okay, now and then they pledge on this in 2012 punya Paris OER Declaration. Dalam Paris OER Declaration ni semua menteri pendidikan kita lah, menteri pendidikan kita agree on this pledge, on this declaration, and then we pledge that we should also as institution provide education for free in the form of quality educational resources. Kalau tengok kan, kat sini, mana ada senarai institution tu okay, kat sini. So kalau ikutkan sebenarnya ini adalah antara senarai nama universiti yang telah berikrar untuk memberi free educational resources to all. So then they form a consortium. Maksudnya UKM akan buatkan free open educational resources, UMS akan buat, Unimas akan buatkan free open educational resources, UPSI pun sama, UPM pun sama, USM, UTM, UTM, UITM, So these are example of university yang telah initiate untuk memberi free resources. Maksudnya you boleh dapat nota-nota free daripada UTM, boleh dapat nota-nota free daripada UKM, and they have a specific repository. Dan selain daripada dia membagi free, dia juga allow kita ni untuk menggunakan semula dia punya nota-nota ni. Jadi that's why what I'm trying to say is that do not create digital content entirely from scratch. Make use of apa yang dah available. Tapi bukan saja yang inilah, nanti kita akan tengok yang lain juga. Yang ini mungkin nota-nota. These are maybe notes. Okay. The ones that being shared by this institution mostly adalah dalam bentuk nota or teaching slide. Ada juga resources, tak banyak yang universiti ni dia tak banyak produce dalam bentuk multimedia resources. Okay. But later on we'll see the repository for multimedia resources. Okay. So when we say bila kita kata tadi macam UNESCO ni dia menggalakkan dia propose quality education where everybody has the right to education, has the right to quality education, and dia kata macam mana everybody can have the right to quality education adalah dengan cara kita semua ni produce lah bahan pembelajaran yang percuma, open. Okay, so when it is open, it is supposed to be free. Okay, when that educational resources is open, it is supposed to be free. It is supposed to be not blocked. Sepatutnya when it is free, maksudnya when you want to access the material, you don't have to pay. When that OER is open, that educational resources is open, it means that it is not blocked, meaning to say that when you want to download that material, you do not have to create an account, you do not have to, like there are so many forms that you have to fill in, then only you can download. So if a resources is open, it is not supposed to be that complicated. Okay, it is supposed to be directly accessible. Okay, for example, like the ones in YouTube just now, when you want to get the video itself. Okay, so you don't have to, if it is OER, you don't have to, take the URL of the video and then paste it somewhere and then only you can download. It is supposed to be directly accessible to you, meaning to say that you should be able to click on download and then it is available to you. Okay, and then if an educational material is open, it means that you can copy and paste that material and then you can share anyone to anyone and to anywhere that you like. Okay, it's supposed to allow you to copy and paste. Okay, itu maksud OER. And then it is supposed to be exposed. Okay, so it is supposed to be there, directly there, and then I can download or I can click on that directly there. I don't have to do so many things before I can get access to that material. Okay, and it is supposed to be unlocked and should be available anytime and anywhere. Okay, these are the properties of open educational resources. So if you came across, for example, maybe you come to me and then say that, you know, doctor, I pergi kat Google Images. Okay, I right click save as. Itu pun expose juga, free apa. Saya tak payah nak apa tu, pakai password pun. I can just go to that images and then I right click and then I I just save that one. So don't you think that is accessible to me? It is not blocked and it is exposed to me. I can directly get it. Okay, but it doesn't allow you to copy and paste sebenarnya. Okay, the images that you get from the Google Images. So there are some restriction when you get the images from directly from Google Images if you do not know the originator of the image. Okay, so there will be some restriction. Now, apabila bahan itu adalah open, okay, if we call that digital content as open educational resources, it means that usually it comes with the logo CC kat bawah ni. Okay, logo CC ni bermaksud Creative Commons. Okay, logo CC ni bermaksud Creative Commons, and when that material has this logo CC, it is different than copyright logo. Copyright logo satu je C. Okay, if that material comes with the CC logo, it means that I can do 5R activities. Number one, I can retain that material. Saya punya pointer ni Okay, number one, I can retain that material, meaning to say that I can keep that material for my own use. I also can reuse that material. For example, I get that material last week. Okay, I retrieved that material last week. And I use it last week, but I want to use that again next week. Okay, so I can reuse that. Please bear in mind, if you have a copyrighted material, you can only use that based on the agreement that you have with the owner of the copyright material. Contoh, saya pandai lukis, so saya I have this very beautiful image, and then I share that online, and then somebody come to me and then says that, you know, you have there's a very good photo that you take or that you draw. I want to use. Can you allow me to use the photo? Okay, for the purpose of, for example, setting up a website. For example, I want to put that photo as a header of my website, let's say. Okay, and then I say yes. You can use that photo for the purpose of your website. Meaning, but you know, if you want to use it for the people who ask, if they want to use that photo also for other purposes, for example, not for website purposes, lepas tu dia nak guna pula gambar yang sama nak buat ni, kat participant tu kan, kat participant participant card for the website, for the conference punya attendees. So they should ask for my consent again, that other than using the photo for website purposes, they also want to use that photo for other purposes, and then I have to be informed what are these other purposes. Okay, so meaning to say that people who wants to use my material, if they want to reuse that material for other purposes, they have to tell me. again. Okay, if not, okay, I am the owner of the photo, I have the legal rights to restrict that person to use my material, to use my images. Okay, but for OER, you do not have to obtain permission from the owner to keep that material, to use and reuse again your material, the material, and I do not have to ask for the consent from the original author to revise that material. For example, I say that, you know, I downloaded these notes, and then I say in notes number 5, in slide number 5, I was thinking this information is relevant to me. So I won't be teaching this one to my students, so I want to remove slides number 5. Okay. For copyrighted material, you cannot do that. But for common Creative Commons material, you can revise the material without asking the owner's consent. Okay. You can also remix the material. Okay. So material yang ada Creative Commons license, you can remix that one. For example, the original notes has 10 slides, and then you say on the 11th slide you want to add something that is entirely yours, so you want to remix that one. Or initially you download images from the internet, and then you want to mix that image with your notes, so that is remixing. So you can do that as well without asking the original author's consent. And you can redistribute the material. Okay, for example, I do not have to ask for the originator's consent that you know, I want to photocopy these images 50 copies and distribute that to everybody. Okay, I don't have to ask for the originator's consent. So open educational resources that has the logo Creative Commons or CC allows us to do this 5R activity without asking the consent from the originator. Okay, is that clear? Faham tak yang itu? Okay, up to here, can everybody understand me?
Okay, Doktor.
Okay, now, so this OER, as I said, okay, it always comes with the logo CC, and it allows you to do 5R activities. Okay, kalau copyrighted, if you have a copyrighted material, you can also do this 5R activity, but you have to ask the consent from the originator. Okay, so it's different. It's different in a way that you don't have to ask for the consent from the originator. Okay, to basic it. Now, okay, so these are the 5R activities just now. Okay, what you can do with that. Okay. So the difference between copyright material and common creative material. So if you have a copyright, you have an exclusive legal right as an originator. So usually copyright is valid for certain number of years, and then it gives you, bila you ada copyright, contohnya saya ada copyright a paper for example. Okay, saya ada copyright tu selama, copyright tu biasanya saya tak ingat, saya rasa macam 100 tahun valid dia copyright. Of is it 50? Mungkin patent lebih lama, copyright mungkin 50 years. So so within this 50 years, kalau ada orang menggunakan bahan saya without my consent, I have the legal right to you know, to impose any any nak saman ke apa ke kepada orang yang menggunakannya. So it gives me the right to print, to publish and etc. So that is me as a copyright owner. Okay, sebab tu macam cerita Piramli tu, sekarang kalau dulu-dulu kita jarang dapat tengok cerita Piramli tu semua kan. Jadi sekarang ni kebanyakannya, contoh TV2 pun tayang cerita Piramli, Astro pun tayang cerita Piramli. Ceritanya adalah sebab cerita Piramli tu dah is no longer copyrighted. Dia dah tak ada copyright, dia dah menjadi open source. Bila dia dah menjadi open source, siapa-siapa je boleh guna, dan tak perlu bayar royalty dan tak ada ni sebab tak ada pihak yang nak menyambung menuntut copyright terhadap filem-filem P. Ramlee ni. Sebab tu filem P. Ramlee tu asyiklah ditayangkan berulang-ulang sebab dia orang tak payah bayar sesiapa untuk tayangkan cerita P. Ramlee tu because now it becomes an open source material. So Astro boleh tayangkan cerita tu tanpa bayar certain publisher of the company. Yang Shaw Brothers tu dah tak payah bayar lagi dah sebab Shaw Brothers pun dah tak tuntut copyright terhadap bahan tu. Okay, because nobody take an action untuk kata bahawa okay, filem copyright ni, filem P. Ramlee ni saya punya. Nobody do that anymore. Tak ada yang buat tu untuk P. Ramlee. Jadi even dia punya waris-waris pun saya difahamkan memang tak buat. Jadi now it becomes an open source that anybody can use it. Sebab dia punya number of years sudah habis dah. Number of years for copyright. Okay. So that's the difference antara copyright dengan common creative. Common creative ni pula adalah tadi you have the right as an originator, but but people wants to use your material, they can directly use that without asking for your consent. It doesn't mean that common creative ni, bahan yang you declare sebagai common creative ni is no longer yours. No. It is still yours. It's just that you give consent to whoever wants to use it. You can just use it. You don't have to ask me. Macam tu. Okay. And you allow that person to use it in 5 ways. 5R ways tu tadi. But you are still the owner of the material. But you just allow them to use that in that 5R ways without asking you. Okay. So, this common creative material, usually they comes with different logo. Okay, ada yang logo CC-BY, ada yang logo CC-BY-SA. There are also digital content that comes with the logo CC-BY-NC, CC-BY-NC-SA, CC-BY-ND, BY-NC-ND. Okay, so different logo carries different meaning. Okay, about certain restriction or the things that you can do or you cannot do with your with that person's material. Okay, now for example, we'll go first to CC-BY. If you came across a digital content that has CC-BY punya logo, that means you only need to give attribution to that material. Okay, tak payahlah, maksudnya you can do all these 5R activities, but you have to give attribution kepada the originator. So, for example, ni tadi. Mana tadi? Ni, gambar ni. Gambar ni saya ambil daripada Giulia Fosse. Okay, so this photo is created by Giulia Fosse and then ada logo CC-BY. So I have to give attribution to Giulia Fosse. So that's why I write her name here. I write his or her name here. And then this is how I attribute common creative license because he says that if you want to use this material, so you have to CC-BY me. Meaning to say that you have to give attribution to me. So this is how I give attribution to the owner. Okay. Ini contoh bahan yang CC-BY lah. Okay. Okay, kalau CC-BY-SA, kita jangan pergi CC-BY-SA dulu. Kita pergi CC-BY-ND dulu. Okay, for CC-BY-ND, it means that if I came across a digital content that has this logo CC-BY-ND, that means I have to give attribution to the original author of the content and I cannot derive that into something else. It says here ND means non-derivative. So, although I said just now, with common creative license, you can do 5R activities and you can even revise that content. But there are also authors who wants to further impose restriction to their digital content. So they say that, you know what, because this is my picture, I want it to stay like this one. I don't want people to do modification to my content. So I put here, you have to give attribution to me, but you cannot derive my content into something else. Contoh, originalnya image dia adalah dalam bentuk JPEG, and it is a standalone image. So you cannot derive that into something else, meaning to say that that image you take and then you put in your PowerPoint slide. Now, although it is still in the original, but you have derived that into, you embed that into PowerPoint content, and then now it is lost in your PowerPoint content. So you cannot derive that into something else. Okay. For textbook, for example, if there is a textbook with CCBYND punya logo, that means that you cannot change the content of the textbook. So you have to use the textbooks as it is. Okay, so this is what it means by CCBYND. We look at CCBYNC. CCBYNC means that you have to give attribution to the content and you cannot sell it, non-commercialized. So NC means non-commercialized. So you have to give attribution to my content and you cannot sell my content. Okay. Later on, do not be surprised that there are multimedia or there are digital content that you can even sell. You can even generate money from digital content because they don't give any restriction to you. So it's up to you whether you want to sell it. Nak jual sekeping 10 sen, I don't care. Okay, there are resources like that. But here, it says here, you cannot, you have to give attribution to me and you cannot sell my material. So this is CCBYNC. If you came across CCBYNC and D, so you have to give attribution to my material, you cannot sell my material, and you cannot derive my material into something else. I think this is the most rigid way of using OER lah, sebab dah lah tak boleh derive into something else and you cannot even sell it. Okay, now we go back to BYSA. Let's say, for example, I have a note. I have teaching notes. Okay, and my teaching notes I put there. I want to share that as a common creative material. Okay, when I want to share my teaching notes as common creative material, and then I want to put this logo on my material, CCBYSA. Saya rasa note saya yang ini. Okay, sini. Ini contoh. Okay, nota saya ni, my teaching slide, I put here this logo, CCBYNCSA. Meaning to say that if Anna, for example, wants to use my material, this teaching notes, and then she wants to share it with someone else. So she also has to, maybe she wants to modify my slide, I don't care, okay? But when she share my teaching slides, she has to also put the logo CCBYNCSA on her slides. Okay, this is what it means by share alike, SA. SA is share alike, meaning to say that if the original author use these 3 logo, so you have to carry these 3 logo on the material that you have revised as well. If, for example, I didn't put here CCBYNCSA, but I put here CCBYSA, meaning to say that Anna, when she shares my material, okay, if I put here CCBYSA only, the logo SA, no NC, when she shares the material, she cannot put CCBYNCSA. So the logo has to be same, has to be the same logo when the next person who share wants to share my material. This is what it means by share alike. Boleh faham tak yang ni share alike ni? Okay. So this is what it means by share alike. Okay. So CCBYSA meaning to say that somebody wants to use my material, have to give attribution to me, and then when they want to share, they have to also carry these 2 logo on her material. So this is the same like CCBYNCSA. I put this logo on my digital content today. So whoever wants to use my material and wants to edit whatever and add things to my material, I don't care because I didn't put any ND here. But you can edit or modify my slide, but you have to use these 3 logo as well on the slide that you shared based on my slide. Because you base your material on my slide, so you have to put this same logo on the digital content that you have created when you share your digital content. Okay, this is what it means by SA, which is share alike. Nampak dia macam logo recycle gitu. Tapi bukan maksud recycle, maksudnya kena share alike, share cara yang sama. Okay, so these are the logo for common creative license. Okay, if you come across this logo, so you have to be aware that the original author wants to be credited or wants to be cited in certain way. Okay, so CCBYSA ke, CCBY ke, CCBYND ke, so you have to follow lah. Okay, apa yang dia gunakan. Now, where can you get this common creative license punya material? Okay, so as I share here just now, okay, kalau macam I share just now the list of university that pledge to provide open educational resources to all. Okay, so these universities who pledge that they want to commit to produce open educational resources for all. So when these universities, they share their resources, they have to they can put this common creative license on their teaching and learning material. Okay, for UTM, for example, okay, all of our UTM MOOC videos and UTM MOOC teaching slides, it is gazetted under CCBY and CSA, meaning to say that you can take our slides, you can use our video without asking our consent, but you just have to give credit, you have to give attribution, and then you cannot sell it, and then you have to share alike. So let me show you the actual example. Dr. Nurmala, kita ada break pukul berapa ke? Do we have any break? Pukul berapa nak break?
Jam 10 okey.
Pukul 10. Okay, 5 minit lagi. Right. Okay, this is an example. Contoh kan? Kalau UTM punya MOOCs, let's say here, contoh, yang menarik begini. Okay. So contohnya kat sini, if anybody enroll in this course, so all the notes will be gazetted under, alamak, tak ada pula logo kat sini. Statistic kot. Statistics. Or is it this one? Yes, here. Okay. Suppose tadi saya itu tinggal kot. Okay, supposedly, any of the material in this course is gazetted under CCBY and CSA. UTM uses the Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial and Share Alike license. So we need to say that if you want to download the notes here, so you can just download the notes and then you are governed by CCBY and CSA. So you can download this one. You can always modify that one, but you have to give attribution. You cannot sell it and you have to share alike. So it allows you to do that. But our disclaimer is that it is CCBY and CSA for all of the materials. Video pun boleh ambil without asking the consent. I'm talking about you are using all the notes and all the videos here without asking the consent of the originator. So this is what it means. Okay, so because we have here this license. We declare our material as this license. Okay, this is one of the example, and there are also places where we share free notes, free taking notes. For example, on OCW, nanti saya share juga yang UKM, rasanya UPM pun ada. So this is, for example, if you go to here, you can get Datuk Zaini punya nota. So you boleh download saja kat sini. This is also governed by this license, CCBY and CSA. So you can just download dia punya nota and then menggunakannya without asking his consent. Okay, but we have this disclaimer here. And there are many other teaching notes, okay, available. Kalau kita pergi dekat UPM, saya rasa UPM ada OER kot. Lagi sekejap. Pasti kalau ada lagi ke tak. Okay, contoh. Let's say educational studies. Okay, oh kena login. I think dia boleh login macam yang UTM tadi dibuka saja. Here I think they allow you to login, tetapi when you want to download, they don't charge you or you can just download that one. Okay. So this is an example of OER yang ada OER yang ada disclaimer dia punya CC dia, common creative dia. Okay. So these are the places. Okay. Dapat kat sini. And then boleh dapat dekat MIT. Okay, I always take most of kadang-kadang kalau saya dapat subjek baru, saya nak belajar apa benda konten subjek baru ni. So kadang-kadang saya search lah nota ataupun lecture videos over the internet, and MIT is a good place to do that. So MIT is the first university in the world to initiate the Open Educational Resources punya initiative. So MIT OCW, you just go to ocw.mit.edu. So here, you can find courses here by topic. For example, I can just search here. You can just search by topic, humanities, science, social science, or I can just directly search here. For example, IT, programming, language, Python. Ada macam-macam kat sini. Introduction to Computer Science and Programming in Python. So I click here. Nampak tak ke tepi ni? Dia ada syllabus. Dia ada readings. Ni fine lah Dia ada lecture video, you boleh download. Saya rasa dia boleh download. Okay, lecture video tu, lepas tu you boleh tengok dia punya playlist, dia punya transcript, download this video. If they allow you to download, there will always be a button to download. Tu je cerita dia. Okay, kalau dia nak bagi, dia akan ada button download kat sini. Macam tu. Okay, there are also lecture slides dengan kod dia sekali. Slide for lecture kat sini. Dengan coding yang diguna dalam lecture dia pun ada. Ni. Okay. Nota dia pun ada. Apa lagi yang kita nak? Okay. Dia tak minta bayaran, dan we can just, this is very exposed. This is a good way, good example of how exposed is the material to the public. Okay. Dia ada question yang, dia ada question yang dia tanya kat dalam lecture tu. So ada dia punya jawapan dia sekali. Dia ada video solution dia sekali. Nak ikut yang mana? Topik yang mana? Lecture yang mana? Okay. If you want to download the whole thing, download course material pun ada. Dia akan bagi you zip file untuk download. And you see, at the bottom of the website, there is this disclaimer. CC, BY, and CSA. You can just use all of their material, but you have to give attribution. You cannot sell it, and then you have to share a line. Macam tu konsep dia. Okay. There are many wonderful universities in this world that have this kind of initiative. Memang buat Creative Commons license punya digital content. So what I wanted to say is that never start from scratch. Make use of what is already available, and then you modify and revise that one. Okay, because you can do that without asking the originator's consent. Okay, kita take a short break. Okay, this is where you find teaching notes. Kita berapa lama short breaknya ni, Dr. Nurmala?
10 minit, okey.
10 minit, okay?
Tapi
So,
sebelum tu ada soal, boleh tanya soalan ke macam mana?
boleh? Okay, anyone have question? Ada soalan?
Saya nak tanya. Berkenaan dengan OCW daripada UTM, universiti lain tadi tu, dia ada login ataupun sign up kan? So kita sebagai macam saya daripada Uniza nak dapatkan slide daripada OCW UTM contohnya kan? So kita kena create account ke macam mana?
Dia depends. Kalau yang macam OCW yang ini tadi, ocw.utm.my ni tadi tu tak payah create account yang ni. Tapi books tu tadi macam kena create account. Kalau ini OCW UTM ni .utm.my, prinsip dia sama macam MIT yang ini. Ini you boleh terus contoh buka macam ni. Tak payah login pun. Saya tak login pun yang ini. So saya boleh terus download lah. Kalau UTM punya. Kalau UPM punya tadi macam kena login. UPM OCW. Login. So biasanya dia akan login dan you boleh terus ambil lah. Dia tak ada ni pun.
Kalau maksudnya kena sign up dululah. Kan?
Ya. Saya rasa kena sign up dulu untuk yang UPM punya ni.
Boleh saya interrupt tak? Saya rasa UTM kita kena sign up guna open learning dulu kot. Lepas tu baru kita boleh masuk UTM punya mu.
Kalau sebab dekat UTM ada 2 tempat. Kat 2 tempat kita share kita punya OER. Satu kita share dekat ocw.utm.my. Kita share 2 tempat. Yang ini tak payah login. Okay. Ni kat sini tak payah login, boleh direct terus buka mana subjek yang you nak, ambil dia punya nota. Kat sini ada nota saja. Kalau yang dekat satu lagi tempat mooc.utm.my, yang ini you nak ni you kena sign up. Sini you kena sign up. So UTM ada 2 tempat dia share dia punya sisi punya material. Satu dekat mooc.utm.my, satu lagi dekat OCW punya tempat. Macam tu. Yang ini you kena sign up, yang mooc ni dekat open learning ni you kena sign up. Yang dekat OCW ni you tak payah sign up.
So sesiapa saja boleh sign up lah.
Kat sini tak ada video, kat sini ada teaching notes sahaja. Nota-nota saja. Yang ini ada video lah, ini ada video lessons lah. Macam tu, ada video lesson, ada nota kat sini. So ada 2 tempat. Kalau MIT tadi dia OCW, yang ini memang tak payah ada sign up langsung lah. Saya tak ada sign up apa-apa pun. Macam tu. Dia ada banyak cara kadang-kadang institusi ni dia menyebarkan, cara dia menyebarkan dia punya material. Kalau macam UTM dia sebarkan dengan 2 cara. Kalau MIT dia memang letak semua sekali kat sini, satu tempat. Macam tu. Okay. Ada soalan lain? Tak ada? Okay. Kalau tak ada, kita we have a break, short break. 10 minit, kita jumpa pukul 10 suku. Okay?
Okay.
Continue about the content.
Kejap Dr. Mala. Pagi ni ada session nak ambil gambar tu tak?
Boleh juga. Ambil dulu sekarang.
Lepas tu nak minta semua peserta untuk buka kamera. Kita ada ambil sesi bergambar untuk sesi pagi ni. Dengan sesi petang nanti. Kejap Okey, dah sedia ke semua? Satu, saya kira satu jap. Dr. Mala boleh tolong tak? PC saya hang. Laptop saya hang.
Okay. Sekejap Okay, 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Done.
Okay, kita jumpa pukul 10 suku.
10.15. Okay.
Okay, boleh kita sambung?
Okey, boleh Doktor.
Okay. Saya share slide saya. Okay, tadi kita sampai sini. Okay. This is the place where example of a repository that you can go to find free lecture notes. Okay, free and open source lecture notes. Okay. Boleh juga pergi ke yang ni Carnegie Mellon University. Carnegie Mellon University pun the way you want to access their notes is also sangat convenient. Walaupun dia suruh saya rasa dia suruh sign in, tapi basically you can get it for free. Okay, these are the institution. You can also go to Open Education Consortium. So if you go to
Please, Dr. Nurbiha, you tak share your slide.
ya. Sekejap. Oh. Then share. Okay. Okay. Yang ni tadi. Okay, you can go to Carnegie Mellon University juga untuk dapatkan lecture notes or Common Creative punya license punya educational material. Carnegie Mellon University ni other than they provide lecture notes, they also provide apa tu nama dia, multimedia. Macam video saya rasa macam tak ada banyak sangat, tapi but they provide, for example, educational images pun boleh dapat dekat Carnegie Mellon University. Articles, there are many common creative ataupun open source articles juga yang digazetkan dekat sini under Carnegie Mellon University. Okay, these are all the other universities that has pledged in Paris 2012 punya OER declaration. So kita ada TU Delft, daripada Korea, daripada Open University of Netherlands, daripada Johns Hopkins University. There are many other universities lah. So there are many other resources. Some maybe kalau macam university yang kat luar ni, they provide resources in their local languages. Okay, tapi kalau if you go to, for example, Johns Hopkins University ataupun University of Nottingham, dia punya resources ni in English lah. Kalau if you go to, for example, dekat Afrika ni, dia ada juga bahan yang ni, yang bahasa Inggeris, tapi tak banyak lah, banyaknya in local languages. Okay, you can also go to Open Education Consortium. This is where you can see a list of university who have pledged to provide open education for free. So you can just Google up Open Education Consortium. So you can select by country if you want to go to specific resources, and then you can also use that to search the specific resources that you want to look for. Okay. So this membership, actually to be a member in Open Education Consortium ni pun kena bayar juga. I don't know where's the perk in institution in investing their money on being a member, but actually when you provide open educational resources, dia sebenarnya adalah part, kalau macam ranking university, dia sebenarnya pun menyumbang kepada ranking university. That's why like the top universities in the world, they also spend their effort on providing open source punya teaching and learning materials, because that is also part of their responsibility as a university to provide free education, and that is counted, that is also a part of part of the criteria for you, for an institution to be in the top ranking in the world. That is to provide free educational material to all. Okay. So when we declare our material as Common Creative License, it doesn't mean that we give away our right as the owner of the material. It's just that we give permission to people to use or to reuse our material without asking our consent. So this is very different than copyright, because copyright, you are the owner, but when people want to use your material, they should ask you. They have to ask you first. But for Common Creative, you are the owner of the material, but when people want to use your material, they They don't have to ask for your consent. So that's the major difference between these two. Okay. Now, if you want to go for open textbook, so you can go to Kalipost, LibreText, OpenStack College saya dah lama tak buka, LibreText saya selalu tengok, Kalipost, so this is where you can get textbook. Kalau I use this textbook in my class. So ada satu buku ni, so dia memang declare kat depan tu. Siapalah nama author ni? Tak ingat saya. Ni, Python for Everybody. So, Python for Everybody ni, I use this textbooks in my teaching and learning. So, it's a free textbook, meaning to say that, bukan yang ni. Okay, dan dia ada logo Common Creative dia dekat situ. So in a way, my students, they don't have to buy textbook. I can just distribute this textbook to my students, and then I can also reuse this textbook in a way that I can add some elements to these notes to this textbook. Okay, it says here, this work is licensed under Creative Commons Attribution, non-commercial, share alike. So meaning to say that I have to give attribution, but I cannot sell it, and I have to share alike. So this is what it means by this disclaimer. Tapi dia masih lagi copyrighted tu yang ini. So, but you have the right to, I have the right to to update this material if I wish to. So I can nampaklah textbook penuh ni. So if they want to give you, they will always give you. Okay, yang kita boleh download. Okay, this is another example. Tapi yang ni asalnya saya cari dekat Kalipost kot textbook ni, then I came across this textbook. So there are many places that you can go to search for open textbook. When you want to ask your students to use a certain reference, try to look for open textbook first. Kalau dah tak ada langsung pilihan daripada open textbook, then you can decide on, these are the list of references, yang reference text yang, buku yang you kena beli. Okay, kalau dulu-dulu open textbook ni macam tak banyak kan, tak banyak, there are not many, and there are not many contributors for Common Creative punya buku. But nowadays there are plenty and there are so many of them. So you just need to choose wisely. Nanti kita akan tengok how do we evaluate daripada banyak-banyak material ni, what are the criteria that we want to look for bila kita nak pilih sama ada nak pakai textbook A ke, nak pakai textbook B ke, macam mana. Okay, we're going to look at that later. So these are a list of example of repository where you can get open textbook. Okay, nanti boleh search lah sini. And for images, tadi saya rasa Dr. Normala ada share, okay, you can get open source images from Unsplash, from Pixabay, from Pexel, okay, from Google Images pun boleh sebenarnya, but I will show you later on how can you search for images daripada Google Images yang Common Creative, daripada Wikimedia Commons. So kalau Pixabay dengan Pexels, dengan Unsplash ni, dia banyak gambar yang real images. Contohnya gambar pandangan, gambar buku tu gambar actual buku, dia tak banyak gambar gambar vektor. Gambar vektor macam gambar yang cartoon like, it is not a real photo. Kita try tengok kat sini. It's just that you have to filter that out. Contoh kan dekat Unsplash. Dekat Unsplash ni, contoh if you look for books, gambar buku lah Jangan pergi yang iStock ni. Ini iklan berbayar. So the one that you can use is yang ini. So katakanlah yang ini original author dia adalah Kimberly Farmer contoh. Okay. Dan dia ada button download. Sebab dia nak bagi kita download. So dia akan ada button download. So you can download for free I think, and you can choose nak size apa. I mean, what is the resolution of the photo that you want to use. Bolehlah ambil ni nak size small ke large ke. Okay. Lepas tu kita tengok disclaimer dekat sini. Free to use under the Unsplash license. Biasanya Unsplash license ni dia kena bagi attribution. Kita tengok dia punya apa license dia. Okay. Unsplashed photos are made to be used freely. Our license reflects that all photos can be downloaded and used for free. For commercial and non-commercial purpose, gambar tadi ni nak jual sekeping 10 sen, nak print banyak-banyak pun boleh. No permission needed, tak payah minta permission daripada siapa nama originator ni? Kimberly Farmer, tak payah minta permission daripada dia. What is not permitted? Tadi saya cakap dia kata commercial for commercial and non-commercial purposes, tapi tak boleh jual. For commercial and non-commercial purposes ni maksudnya adalah contoh gambar ni, kan? Saya nak letak dekat gambar banner kedai saya. Kedai saya akan generate income. So that is for commercial purposes. Tapi saya bukannya directly jual saya punya gambar ni. Okay, maksudnya saya hanya menggunakan gambar ini for commercial purposes di mana saya akan generate duit daripada hasil saya. Mungkin orang kata cantiklah banner kedai dia ni, saya nak masuk kedai ni sebab banner kedai dia ni cantik. Okay, so that is what it means by commercial purposes. Okay, but I cannot sell it. Cannot be sold without significant modification. Kalau saya nak jual, saya kenalah edit sampai dah tak nampak macam original lah gambar ni. Okay, and compiling photos from Unsplash to replicate a similar or competing service. Contohnya saya pergi ambil semua gambar-gambar dekat dalam Unsplash ni, buat satu lagi website baru yang membolehkan orang boleh ambil gambar dekat website baru saya ni. Tak boleh lah. So this is what it means by the license in Unsplash. So this is actually also common creative. Cuma dia tak tulis lah dekat logo CC tu. But if you read the disclaimer, this is how it explains the license. Okay, yang ini dekat Unsplash. Tapi dekat Unsplash ni dia banyak gambar yang actual photos. Kalau macam kita pergi dekat Pixabay, dia boleh filter. Pixabay ni kita boleh filter. Kita nak images ke, kita nak illustration ke. Dan kalau illustration, kita bolehlah dapat gambar yang macam cartoon-like macam ni. Contoh macam ni kan. Ni, gambar ni. Nak download, boleh download. Dekat sini kata free for commercial use, no attribution required. Tak payah bagi attribution pun kepada CDD20 ni. Okay, you can just download that one and in any resolution that you want. Okay, so ini adalah gambar illustration. Okay, kalau dekat Wikimedia Commons, pergi tempat. Okay, Wikimedia Commons ni pun dia tak ada gambar sahaja, dia ada multimedia. So kalau macam Pixabay, Unsplash, dia ada gambar sahaja. But here in Wikimedia Commons, they have images and they also have apa nama dia tu? Multimedia. Macam ada video, ada audio pun ada. Okay, let's say here, saya nak search gambar photosynthesis. Okay, kat sini dia ada banyak gambar yang education related. Macam tu. Okay, contoh kan, contoh gambar ni lah, ni, gambar ni. Gambar ni, okay. Okay, saya nak pergi kat more details ni. Okay, gambar ni saya boleh tekan download. Okay, I can download in any sizes. There are 4 sizes. 173x240. All of this resolution. Saya boleh download this one. Okay, yang ini dalam bahasa Arab. Sebab ada orang original dia, if you want to see, this is the original one. And it has been modified into so many languages. Bahasa Urdu kot ni. Bahasa Urdu ada. Bahasa Indonesia pun ada. Bahasa Rusia pun ada. Bahasa Arab pun ada. So, originally, this is how it looks like. Daripada originalnya, created by 8009kg. Ni original dia yang buat. Dan license dia adalah CC BY-SA 3.0. Okay. So, ini asalnya dia ni buat. Lepas tu ada orang tolong buatkan dalam local languages pula. Ada orang tambah baik. Ini ada orang, ni ada orang edit pula ni. Ni, beberapa orang ni. Okay, edit lagi. Lepas tu ada orang lagi edit buat dalam bahasa Indonesia. Gitu. Saya rasa Nefronus ni kot yang buat edit. Okay, so there are many contributors. So actually sebenarnya kita kalau boleh, kita ni janganlah hanya menjadi pengguna saja. Kalau boleh kita pun contribute lah juga kan. Macam ni ada orang tolong translate kan dalam bahasa lain. and all those things. So that is how you look at the license. Kau tengok di sini license dia, you are free to share, to remix under the following condition. You must give appropriate credit. If you remix transform, you must distribute your condition under the same compatible license as original. Kena pakai share alike. Okay, so ini license dia, common creative license dia yang ini. Okay, nanti bila you come across gambar-gambar ni, ada juga yang CC0. CC0, apa contoh apa contoh CC0? Photosynthesis, carbon cycle contoh, carbon cycle. Kalau ada carbon cycle, ada ke yang CC0 carbon cycle? Okay, ini adalah CC0. Okay. Carbon cycle process. Kita boleh download. Yang kat sini, ni nampak CC0 ni tak ada copyright langsung. I, the copyright holder of this work, release this work into public domain. Ini adalah, nama dia adalah public domain ataupun entirely open source. Di mana you are free to do anything. I grant anyone the right to use this work for any purpose without any condition unless such conditions are required by law. So tak ada apa-apa condition langsung. Tapi you kena, apa tu? Dan you tak payah bagi attribution pun kepada original author dia. Saya tak tahu lah original author dia ni. Mungkin buat dalam bahasa Inggeris kot. Ni original dia ni. Ni original dia. Okay, original dia adalah by Kevin Saff. Dia dah jadi public domain kat sini. Dia bukan CC, not even CC. Dia adalah copyright, lepas tu pangkar. Tak ada copyright maksudnya gambar ni. Okay, this is the public domain in the United States because it was solely created by NASA. So this is created by NASA. So you can just use this photo, nak modify, nak jual, apa benda tak kisah. It is public domain. Okay, so this is an example of public domain. So you have, when you search for the images, you have check, biasakan diri untuk check dia punya license. Okay, license of the material. So this is the public domain, contoh public domain punya material lah. Okay, so kalau if you have, if you want to look for something that is educational related, try to look in Wikimedia Commons. Kalau kat dalam, apa tu nama dia, kalau dekat dalam Pixabay tu lebih kepada macam gambar-gambar untuk gambar perhiasan, tapi macam like gambar that maybe not for the purpose of education lah. Macam tu, tak tahulah education dia tak. Dia akan, kalau ada pun, yang macam ni lah. This is all tak berapa ni lah. Try tengok kalau ada gambar carbon cycle. Nah ini result for carbon cycle. Jadi so they have actual images but not really educational related images. So kalau nak pergi dekat Wikimedia Commons ni. Okay, and I highly encourage if you are good at drawing something digitally, try to contribute as well. So you can just upload, macam orang lain tu upload kan, orang lain tu contribute kan. So you boleh login untuk upload apa yang you nak, gambar apa yang you nak contribute kepada community. So it's a good practice lah. We are using someone else's material. So kita pun kalau kita pandai, kita pun contribute lah juga kepada society. So I think banyak pahalanya kalau contribute ni, macam-macam orang boleh guna. Okay, so that is Wikimedia Commons, searching images in Wikimedia Commons. Okay, kalau untuk videos and audio, you can also use YouTube. Nanti saya tunjukkan macam mana nak tengok. You can also use OER Knowledge Cloud, iTunes U, kat sini ada yang Common Creative, Han Academy pun ada yang Common Creative, Wikimedia Commons ini ada yang Common Creative, tempat yang tadi sama tapi dia ada video juga dengan audio. Dekat YouTube pun boleh. Okay, nanti kita tunjuk, okay, saya tunjuk yang Google Images tadi. If you use Google Images, macam mana kita nak tahu, macam malaslah saya kan nak pakai Google Images je kan. Okay, contoh kan, pakai books. Contoh gambar yang saya nak cari ada books. Okay, dia pun adalah senarai kat sini. So, this is a mixture of, nampak ada yang datang daripada Unsplash, ada yang datang daripada New York Times, ada datang daripada macam-macam tempat lah. But how do we know that these resources are legit resources yang memang common creative. So you go to tools, okay, kat sini, you pergi kat usage rights. You click on Creative Commons licenses. So dia akan filterkan. Dia akan filterkan yang daripada Pixabay, daripada Wikimedia Commons, daripada Flickr, daripada inilah. So then now you have a list of images that has been filtered to be Creative Commons licenses only. Okay, then ni bolehlah nak buat aktiviti, right click, download, save ke apa ke. Tapi what I propose to you, jangan biasakan daripada gambar ni. Daripada gambar kecil ni, you right click save as, save image as. Dia punya resolution dia tak besar. So nanti gambar you kalau you nak stretchkan dia, dia akan jadi pecah. So always klik gambar ni and then go to the visit dia punya original tempat. Daripada original tempat biasanya akan ada tempat untuk download lah. Macam ni. Boleh ada button download, download original. Pun nak download, salah. Download original ni, foto ni. Macam tu. Macam iklan ada. Okay, so you boleh download kat situ. Okay, daripada sini. So, if you go for images daripada Google, jangan biasakan macam tu lah. Jangan biasakan right click daripada gambar kecil ni save as. Pergi kepada original tempat, pergi kat visit ni, then baru download. Macam tu. Okay. Now that is Google Images. Now, you can also use other tools untuk cari OER. Contoh, you boleh pergi ke Creative Commons punya search tool. Creative Commons ni dia adalah satu badan, nak kata NGO, bukan NGO. Dia macam it's just an organization that you know that wants to promote the use of free educational resources. Okay, you boleh pergi ke Common Creative. Okay. Okay, pergi kat sini. creativecommons.org, pergi ke sisi search. Kat sini, dia akan searchkan mana yang Creative Commons saja. I want something I can modify or adapt. Contoh, klik gitu. Carbon cycle, foto, contoh. Boleh filter lagi kat tepi ni. Nak yang sisi 0? Boleh. Tapi tak ada no images. Public domain mark. Macam ni. Ataupun you nak yang sisi BY. Okay. Akan keluarlah kat sini. Okay. Daripada sisi search, Common Creative Search ni pun boleh. Ni pun akan keluar. Nampak ni keluar daripada ni dia apa tu? Dia crawl daripada ni lah tadi. Common Creative. Daripada Wikimedia Commons. Macam ni. Kan? Ni pun saya rasa daripada ni pun saya rasa daripada Wikimedia Commons ni. Okay, so you boleh directly copy ni untuk you bagi attribution ataupun you boleh terus download macam tu. Go to image website dan dia akan suruh download daripada image website tu. Ni adalah gambar ni dekat Flickr. So you boleh download yang ini. Nampak? Ada button download kat sini. Download this photo. Okay, macam tu. Boleh pilih resolution. Okay, Creative Commons. Okay, so boleh pakai sisi search dekat creativecommons.org. Okay. Boleh lah pakai Google pun boleh lah sebenarnya untuk cari OCW. Okay, and then Wiki Educator ni pun sama. OCW ni adalah contoh macam tadi saya tunjuk MIT. Dekat MIT tu tadi dia ada, MIT OCW tu tadi ada video lecture, ada notes, ada macam-macam juga. Okay, sekarang ni kita nak tengok. Okay, searching ni tadi saya rasa saya dah go through. Okay.
Ada satu soalan dekat chat box. Attribution tu nak letak kat mana?
Kita letak dekat tempat kat mana kita share. Contoh, saya guna ini tadi. Saya guna kat sini, saya letak kat sini. Saya letak font kecil je kat sini. Okay, kat mana tempat kita gunalah. Ini pun slide 2 ni adalah saya ambil daripada siapa ni? David Wiley. So I put I put this attribution kepada David Wiley. This material is based on original writing by David Wiley, which was published blah 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 under license apa. So ini pun sama. So saya letakkanlah dekat kat tempat mana saya share. Kalau for example in one slide we have so many things that we have mixed. Benda-benda tu macam-macam benda yang kita dah mix. Yang ni datang daripada CA, yang ni datang daripada B. Gambar pun datang daripada A, datang daripada B. Macam-macam gambar datang daripada macam-macam orang. So we put attribution where the ni. Kalau tak pun you can always number that one and then buat reference dekat hujung slide. So yang ini contohnya kalau ni kita buatlah superscript kat atas tu. Kita cakap yang ni datang daripada siapa. Macam tu. Kita buat lepas tu kita buat list of attribution dekat hujung pun boleh. But tapi seeloknya terus tulis dekat the things that we are using lah. Okay, attribution tu. Nanti saya ajar macam mana nak tulis attribution ni. Okay.
Maksudnya doktor, kalau slide yang ni, katakan yang tadi ni doktor ada letak references kan daripada slide lain. Jadi slide ni boleh kita kita upload dalam open learning punya ni lah.
Boleh.
Share kepada orang lain.
Ya. Okay. Okay, tadi kalau nak cari Google Images, YouTube video. Okay, YouTube video contohnya by right, dia sebenarnya adalah copyrighted video unless you declare that as something else. Contoh tadi, for example, just now I think I forgot to mention, if you came across anything all over the internet, your default assumption has to be it is copyrighted. Walaupun tak ada logo C, although there is no C logo on that material, always assume that that material is copyrighted unless stated otherwise. Okay, for example, you came across a certain text kat dalam blog, assume text itu kita tak boleh copy paste dia punya text dalam blog dia tu dah masuk dalam slide kita, because we have to assume although there is no C logo on that blog, for example, ataupun on that website, our default assumption is that it is copyrighted, that content is copyrighted. Unless they say that, you know, the things that I said here, you can recite me again using Creative Commons license. So our default assumption has to be everything is copyrighted, although there is no C logo on anywhere on the content. Okay, so always assume all the materials are copyrighted unless otherwise stated. Now, if you go to YouTube, for example, kita tengok YouTube punya disclaimer on Creative Commons adalah when you share your video on YouTube, by default, it is copyrighted. Meaning to say that nobody can reuse that material, okay, and edit that video. Contoh, so katakan you ambil video A dekat dalam YouTube ni and then you kata bahawa saya nak campur-campur sikit dengan video B. Dan dia akan menjadi satu video C yang ada campuran video A and video B. Yang diambil daripada YouTube. So you cannot do that. Okay, you cannot do that because it doesn't allow you to do that. Okay, so because there's no download button. Saya rasa sekarang dah ada download button. Dulu YouTube tak ada download button. Okay, so but there are also videos that is gazetted under Creative Commons license punya video. Contoh yang ini. Contoh saya search 21st century education learning. Ini contoh yang ini
3 kali pedas.
Bulan iklan 3 kali pedas tu. Lepas tu kat bawah ni if you show more, dia akan ada license kat sini. Creative Commons Attribution License, which allows you to reuse that one. Okay, for whatever purpose lah. Okay, tetapi kalau video yang tak ada kata license ni adalah Creative Commons, that means you have to assume it is copyrighted. Because I said just now, every tutorial or every video here has to be assumed it is copyrighted unless stated otherwise, which is it is Creative Commons. So kalau dia memang nak gazetkan video ni sebagai Creative Commons, it will always shows here the license is Creative Commons. But most of the video tak ada dia tulis kat sini. Bila you show more, dia takkan ada perkataan license Creative Commons ni. Sebab dia memang tak nak bagi, tak ada nak bagi kita reuse dengan tanpa kebenaran dia. Macam tu. Okay, kalau contoh video benda.
My job is to make.
Katakanlah ada video on 21st century education ni. If you show more, dia tak ada cakap pun bahawa this video license dia adalah Creative Commons. So by default, kita kena assume this is copyrighted. Meaning to say, I cannot reuse this material. I cannot reuse this music. I cannot download this material without the consent of Fair Tree Education Inc. Tanpa kebenaran dia. Contoh kan, macam ni kalau contohlah, saya selalu bagi contoh, kita buka, ada dua orang, ada seorang je lah, buka kedai makan. Buka kedai makan, lepas tu ada skrin besar. Ada skrin besar, lepas tu dia pun buka video YouTube dekat skrin besar. Itu obviously salah lah kan. So you are attracting more people to your kedai makan, to your restaurant, because you ada buka YouTube. Cerita dekat YouTube tu, dekat skrin besar dan macam-macam orang boleh tengok. So that is obviously wrong lah. Okay, because although it allows you to reuse, tapi bila you generate money macam tu, macam like you buka satu video YouTube ni, you kata bahawa saya tak download pun video dia. Saya tak download video dia. Saya cuma paparkan aja kepada lebih ramai audience. Okay, saya cuma paparkan saja kepada lebih ramai audience. That is also not right. Okay, because you are reusing that YouTube video without the original author's consent. Itu maksudnya reuse ni sebenarnya. By right sebenarnya this is for us to view only. It is not our right to further reuse ini dan paparkan kepada 10 orang anak murid ataupun apa benda. It's not, actually it is not right. Okay. Tambahan lagi lah kalau buka YouTube video dekat kedai makan contohnya, bertambah-tambah lah lagi tak betul. Okay. So it is not right to do it. Okay, to reuse that one without the originator's consent. Itu maksudnya jangan reuse, tak boleh reuse dalam konteks YouTube ni. Okay, unless it says that I can reuse that one. So kalau macam video tadi, mana video tadi? Video 21st century learning ni tadi. Yang ini, I can reuse that. I can reuse this material, meaning to say that saya bolehlah tunjuk video ni kepada 40 orang anak murid saya tanpa meminta originator's consent, tanpa meminta Scott Crombie punya permission. So meaning to say that I can reuse this to as many audience as I want without asking the consent. Ada beza dengan yang tadi. Yang tadi memang kita boleh tengok. Tapi dia tak kata bahawa kita boleh reuse. Macam tu. This is the major difference antara video yang Creative Commons dengan video yang copyrighted. Masalah cerita dengan video copyrighted ni, dia tak tulis kat situ copyrighted. But our default assumption is it is copyrighted. Okay. Kalau dia tak kata not copyrighted, dia akan kata lesen ni adalah Creative Commons. This is what it means. Okay. So if you want to know whether that video is Creative Commons or copyrighted, if it is Creative Commons, dia akan ada license kat sini. Kalau dia tak ada license kat sini, tak tulis apa-apa, maksudnya ia adalah copyrighted. Okay. So that is how it is supposed to be dalam untuk penggunaan YouTube video ni. Okay. And here it says here, if somebody put their YouTube video as Creative Commons license, it means that whoever views our video has the right to reuse dan edit that video. Macam tu. Okay. Bila kita tengok video tu, dia ada license, dia adalah Creative Commons. Okay, by right tak boleh lah. So this is how you can search. You boleh filterkan juga dekat YouTube. You nak filterkan Creative Commons sahaja pun boleh. Okay, then they will show you only a list of videos that is Creative Commons video. Pergi dekat filter. Okay. Ini tadi menggunakan Wikimedia. Ini pakai CC search. Okay. Giving attribution. Now, once you have used ataupun dah ambil, you have identified what are digital content that you want to use, now you want to give attribution. Okay, kalau if you came across digital content that has CC, so CCBY, so that means you have to give attribution kan. So what is the information that you have to write to give attribution kepada original author? So this is how you do it. You put the name of the title of the content, and then you hyperlink that one kepada the punya source. Okay, because this is digital content, right? So you hyperlinkkan, create hyperlink kepada original link of the material, and then this is the name by, you write there by the name of the author, dan lesen dia adalah lesen apa? CCBY ke, CCBYSA ke, CCBYSAND ke, CCBYND ke. So you put here, and then you have to also pay attention to the number of version. 2.0 ke, 4.0 ke, 3.0 ke, sebab because the different way different digital content creator kadang-kadang dia gazetkan dia licenses differently, sebab 2.0 dia punya restriction dia adalah berbeza dengan 3.0 dengan 4.0. So you have to, version dia tu pun kena carry sekali, 2.0 ke, 3.0 ke, 4.0. Saya rasa yang latest sekarang adalah 4.0. Okay, so this is how you give attribution. But contoh kalau dekat Wikipedia Commons ni, dia biasanya dah bagi cara untuk kita tampal aja. Contoh carbon cycle tadi, carbon cycle lah, photosynthesis tadi. Okay, contoh macam ni. Photosynthesis yang ini, more detail. Okay, kat sini dia kata license dia adalah, mana license dia? Mana license dia? License dia adalah 3.0 tadi saya tengok. Okay, ni. License ni adalah ni, 3.0. So you can, when you click on gambar ni, contoh, you boleh cite dia lah. Nama dia Kelvin Song, kan? So cara tulis dia adalah title. Title gambar dia adalah photosynthesis, C4 photosynthesis. Okay, ni title gambar dia. Lepas tu you hyperlinkkan the original, hyperlinkkan title dia dengan link ni. Ni link atas ni, URL ni. You hyperlinkkan dia. And then you tuliskan nama dia by Kelvin Song is licensed under, mana license dia? CCBY SA. CCBYSA. CCBYSA 3.0. Macam tu. Sekejap, kat mana ni? Selalunya dia ada, mana saya nak copy. Dia boleh copy je tak salah saya. Tak ada pula yang kat sini. So that's how you do it. Kadang-kadang kalau macam dekat Unsplash code tadi. Unsplash tadi, cara nak cite dia adalah contoh gini kan. Okay. Mana cara nak cite dia tadi? No. Tadi saya nampak. Tak nampak pula dah. Tapi caranya samalah. Okay. Masuk kalau gambar books. Lepas tu hyperlinkkan dengan original link ni. Lepas tu by Kimberly Farmer is licensed under apa? Macam tu. Okay. Yang ni, sorry. Yang ni pun dah ada kat bawah ni. Copy je ni. Copy to clipboard. Give attribution kat sini. Copy to clipboard. Lepas tu anda paste je kat tempat mana anda nak paste tu. Contoh. Kalau gambar Kimberly tu keluar kat sini. Macam ni. So macam ni pun boleh. Kita tengoklah macam mana website tu ni. Tuliskan. Tapi kalau dia tak ada tuliskan macam mana cara kita boleh bagi attribution. So secara standardnya, this is how you do it. Okay. You give the name, the title of the image ataupun material. You hyperlinkkan dia. Lepas tu by nama author dia. And is licensed under apa. So this is how you do it. And then you put that at the very bottom of your material yang you gunakan. Macam tu. Okay. Now, itu ada soalan? Okay. Okay, yang tu. Alright, now, there are so many digital content available over the internet. Okay, and then now you have to decide, is this digital content okay? Is this digital content not okay? So it is the time for you to evaluate the OER, which one has a better quality. Now, kalau if you want to be very strict with yourself, there are many evaluation rubric available out there that you can use to help you to evaluate whether a certain OER has a good quality. Okay, but so I give the link here, so you can click on any of this link. There are many rubrics untuk kita evaluate whether the OER rubrics has the right quality. But I generally advise you to just work on to just evaluate 3 things. Number 1 is the content quality. Number 2 is the accessibility. Number 3 is license. Number 1 is the content quality. When you want to decide whether you want to use a specific digital content or not, you just look at the content quality. For example, is the spelling there, is it correct? Of course, you as a content expert, you know whether the content is correct, whether the images is clear. So look at the quality of the content. Okay, these are some of the things that you need to look for. And then look at the accessibility. For example, if you want to share a specific textbook, like for example, just now I want to share the Python textbook with my students. But the way my students can reach the Python textbook is by, like they have to create an account and then they have to log in. So there are so many layers that our students have to go through to access the material. Or you yourself have to go so many layers to access a certain material. Then that means that it has lower quality, I would say, low accessibility to the content. So try to look for a content that can be directly accessible to your student. Okay, and then look at the license. Now, while we celebrate all kinds of common creative license, for example, we can always use the CC BY-ND, CC BY-NC, but try if that material is gazetted under CC BY only, then it means that you can do more with that content. So I don't mean to say that CC BY-ND content is not of a good quality, but you cannot do so many things with CC BY-ND, for example, compared to CC BY only. So these look at the license, to what extent that you can manipulate the digital content. So this can be, if you're okay with CC BY-ND and you don't really mean to manipulate anything, then it is okay. Okay, but if you mean, because sometimes without realizing, the content is CC BY-ND, but without realizing, we ourselves, we manipulate the content. So that is what we do not want. When the thing is supposed to be not derived into something else, but we unconsciously derive that into something else. So and then we overlook this one. So that's why it is quite dangerous if you are not aware that this certain thing is cannot be derived into something else. So always, if you want to be safe, look for materials that is CC BY only. Okay, so then you can do many things with CC BY material compared to CC BY-ND, for example. Okay, that is searching for digital content, searching and making full use of whatever digital content that is available over the internet, and then build your digital content based on what is available. But I think in the second series, we are going to look at how can you create your own digital content, and we are going to look at what are the open source software. So this software also is free and open, meaning to say that nak menggunakannya, if to use that you don't have to pay. So we will look into this open source software, how to create multimedia digital content. Katakanlah kita nak modify apa yang ada. So we will go through this one in the second session, saya rasa, yang hopefully can be done face to face. This is my first part. of my presentation about open educational resources. Can I take question for this part? Okay. Saya takut ni nanti macam masing-masing yang dah cari digital content yang dah ada, lepas tu dah malas pula nak membuat. Malas pula nak membuatnya.
Ada apa-apa soalan daripada peserta?
Okay. Ada soalan?
Terlalu clear penjelasan sampai tak ada
Clear.
soalan.
Clear Okay. So, okay. The second part is about yang ini. Boleh lagi ke ni masuk information ni 11 ni? The second part is about designing. Yang tadi saya bukanlah nak kata tak payah nak ni supaya kita boleh gunakan apa yang ada lah. Okay, tapi if we think that we want to design from scratch, tadi macam ada kata bahawa all of you here is going to develop MOOCs or online courses. So this next session might be useful to you. That is the step-by-step on how can you create your online courses, but not per se a digital content. Saya rasa terbalik saya punya arrangement of ni. Saya patutnya start yang dengan yang ni. This is generally how to create an online course, where an online course, of course, dia punya digital content. Okay, so kita akan tengok on macam mana nak tulis sedikit you punya learning goals and how to align your assessment and activity with your learning goals, and then I'm going to teach you how to apa tu nama dia, menggunakan online punya tool yang of course percuma. Saya adalah pengguna tegar barang-barang percuma. Okay, saya share. Jadi kita kena menggunakan barang-barang percuma selagi ada. Okay, I want you to go to Learning Designer. Search for this one. Learning Designer. Ambil yang ini. Nampak ke saya punya screen? Sorry, kejap. Okay.
Tak share.
Okay. You go to Learning Designer, you Google up Learning Designer, and then you go to this one, Learning Designer-UCL. This tool is developed by University of College London. So I've been using this tool for quite some time. So I'm going to share the URL here. Sini. Okay. So I want you to create an account dekat sini. Okay, nanti kita akan, yang ini kena create account.
Form ni untuk apa, Doktor?
Yang ni, this is for us to plan our online course and then what kind of digital content yang nanti kita nak buat. So, create dulu account kat sini. Saya tunggu sekejap, saya bagi masa 10 minit.
Perlu verify dia dalam email ya. Kena verify account dalam email lah.
Kejap kalau saya sign out tadi macam tak payah. Kejap. Kejap, saya sign out. Log out.
Untuk first time perlu verify email.
Ingat login sebenarnya lama. Bukan, sorry. Bukan login, sign up. Sign up. What sign up? Login. Oh, sorry, sign up today. If you sign up, ya, kena confirmkan nanti kat dalam ni
Kena verify.
Okay, jadi tolong verifikan akaunnya. Dah, semua orang dah ada akaunnya? Lagi yang belum? Dah, semua dah ada dah akaunnya?
Dah.
Okay. Now, pukul 11.10. Kita nak berhenti rehat, berhenti break tengah hari pukul berapa, Dr. Nurmala?
Berapa lama untuk sesi ni? Jam sehingga 12.
Saya assume sampai pukul 12 kot, tapi saya ada task untuk offline. Jadi, I try to be as... Okay? Okay. So the second part is about developing your online course. Okay? So nak develop an online course ni, if you say that you want to develop a MOOC course, a massive open online courses, or if you plan to develop not a whole online course, but a specific lesson that has digital content, so I highly encourage you to to carry out these step-by-step processes. Okay, so dalam step-by-step processes ni akan ada proses di mana anda kena buat digital content lah. But as I said just now, the creation of the digital content, you can make full use of whatever that is already available, or you can create from scratch on your own. Yang create from scratch on your own itu kita akan tengok in CD kedua. Okay, so this is macam teaser on how you later on wants to create your digital content of your own. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to, in overall, to develop an online course. There will be certain part that is a little bit fundamental, macam you akan rasa bahawa macam saya bukan orang education, jadi saya tak perlu tahu benda ni. But I try to be as much as technical as I can, because not all of us here are from education background, and I don't think you need to know very fundamental of it. Tapi ada sedikit step by step tu, I hope that you can follow. Okay. If some of you here are software developer, I think you more or less follow the same processes. So I'm going to explain how to, what is the instructional design model. When you want to design an online course, what are the steps that you have to take? We call that, and there are many steps. What I mean to say is that, you know, there are many people that suggest so many steps. So certain people come up with their own model. Person B come up with their own model of designing an online course. So there are many models, but we are going to go through only one model until we finish that online course. And then we are going to look at the analysis of needs, and then we will start designing, okay, kita punya digital content or online course. Now, as I said just now, there are many ways on how to create an online course. Okay, ada orang kata kalau nak buat an online course, you ikut follow Eddie model ni. Siaplah nanti kau punya online course. Ada orang kata you can also follow backwards model. Backwards model pula dia propose you have to identify your end in mind. Itu maksud dia backwards model. Then you design backwardly. Itu backward model. Okay. Kalau rapid prototyping model pula adalah if you think that you want to create an online course that has to be completed within 3 months. You don't have so much time to develop your online course. So I want to follow the rapid prototyping model because this rapid prototyping model will be combining and integrating certain step. Jadi tak payahlah nak go through 5 step. Kita go through 3 step, tapi dalam 3 step tu sekali arung kena buat proses yang banyak. Macam tu. Tu rapid prototyping model. There are also CAM and CAM model, ada Morse model, ada so many other models. Instructional design model. Some of these instructional design model overlap with software punya development model. Okay, so ataupun courseware punya development model. But kalau macam CAM and CAM ini adalah contoh model to develop an online course yang biasanya orang software developer dia tak pakai lah CAM and CAM model ni. Okay, mungkin Eddie is quite familiar also among software developers. Okay, now I'm going to talk about, kita akan follow step Eddie model. Okay, if you're interested to know what rapid prototyping model is, apa step by step dia, or backwards model or CAM and CAM model, you can read. But I'm going to show you what are the steps in Eddie model. Okay, sebab yang ni senang nak ingat. Dia proses tak senang, proses dia oleh sama je dengan model-model yang lain. Cuma ada yang buat benda nombor 4 ni buat awal, ada yang nombor 5 ni buat setiap satu phases. So itu je cara more or less, but more or less all of the instructional design model, they have all these 5 step. Cuma cara disusun 5 step ni je yang berbeza in different model. Okay, so this Eddie model is called Eddie because they just took the acronym of the every processes. So in Eddie model, first you have to analyze your learner. Okay, analyze who is going to be the participant or audience of your course, okay, of your online course. Then you start to design. What are the things that you need to design? You have to design 3 things. You have to design the instruction in your online course. You have to design the interaction in your online course. Okay, you have to design the interface of your online course. 3 benda untuk didesign di dalam online course. Dah design, barulah you buat dia punya prototype. Okay, you buatlah satu contoh untuk, okay, untuk topik 1, inilah contoh saya punya online course untuk topik 1. Kalau rasa topik 1, cara deliver topik 1 ni okay, then baru you replicate untuk topik 2, topik 3, topik 4, topik 5. So you develop a prototype. Then you implement the design, the prototype that you have developed. Okay, you implementkan dia, then you try, when you implement, you distribute that to users. Okay, and then you evaluate whether dalam all of these steps, okay, apa yang perlu ditambah baik, is the link working, ada ke hyperlink tak boleh klik, ada pula yang resources tak boleh play, ada pula yang contohnya quiz ni tersalah masuk dekat topik ni. So you evaluate your whole process. In some of the Eddie model, okay, setiap satu analisis ni dia buat proses evaluation. Saya rasa Eddie model ni dia dah ada version yang baru, di mana setiap satu proses analisis ni you kena evaluate. You habis proses analisis, you evaluate. Betul ke tidak aku analyse learner ni? Betul ke ini this is the learner, this is the criteria of my learner. Okay, lepas dia dah evaluate untuk proses analisis, baru dia buat designing. Lepas dia habis design, dia evaluate lagi. Lepas dia develop, dia evaluate lagi. Lepas dia implement, dia evaluate lagi. Jadi step kelima ni is embedded in every phases. Ada juga yang macam tu. Ada juga yang buat 1, 2, 3, 4 dah sudah barulah evaluate pun boleh. Tapi yang macam ni nanti macam contoh, you dah siap-siap semua, lepas tu tiba-tiba yang kita buat ni sebenarnya bukan untuk learner. Learner tu you identify, salah learner, salah kriteria learner. Jadi lagi susah lah nak rectify sebab you dah buat instructionnya, dah develop prototype-nya, dah nak kena betulkan pula satu-satu. So it depends on you. Okay, but basically ADDIE model ni has all these steps. So A, analysis, D, design, D, develop, I, implement, E, evaluate. So for all these other models yang macam ni tadi, okay, yang ini, they also have all this ADDIE kat dalam rapid prototyping, CAM, and backwards. It's just that the way they assign the sequence, the sequence of execution of every phases is different. Okay, tapi more or less dia sama je lah. Now, so we are going to go through this one. So, but I think we will stop at developing. So, masa kita buat siri 2 nanti, workshop, we will focus more on developing. So, yang ini, I will go through analysis and designing part. I won't go through the implementation and evaluation part. I will go through analysis, design for today's session, developing kat dalam siri yang kedua. Okay? Now, so I always categorize 5 step tadi tu kepada further timeline, further other timeline. Okay, macam ni. Saya kata bahawa I tell myself that I have to do analysis and designing before I start my online learning session. When I can start developing, okay, kalau setakat nak masukkan konten tu semua itu, kalau benda-benda dah ada, tak adalah payah nak tu. So I can start that at the beginning of the online learning session. Okay, and then when I implement that, that means it happens during the online learning session, and when I evaluate how my online course has been running, so I evaluate that after online learning session. So this is how I arrange the steps according to timeline, my own timeline. So you can follow this one but you can just stick to analysis, design, develop, implement and evaluate at your own timeline. Tapi saya susunkan macam ni. So analysis and designing activities has to be done before. Development can be at the beginning of the online session. Implement is during the online session, and evaluate is after the online learning session. Okay. Now, as I said just now, we are going to cover analysis and design only for today's session. Okay. So this is the ID tadi, instructional design model tadi. Saya pakai ID je lah. Okay. Now, step ni nampak macam ada banyak, tapi simple-simple je. Kita buat simple-simple je. Okay. So the first part is, tadi kita kata phase 1 adalah analysis. So when you analyze, what is it that you have to analyze? You have to analyze the learner's needs. Okay. The second phase is the designing phase. So what is it that you have to do? You have to design. So these are the things that you have to design. Number 1, you have to design the learning goals. You have to design the delivery modes. This is actually designing instruction. You have to gather the resources. You have to design the assessment. You have to make alignments when you are designing. You have to choose the correct technology, and then you do a little bit of reflection, and then you refine and iterate your design kat dalam ni. So yang pertama ni is the first phase. Yang ini semua is the second phase. This is the first phase for analysis phase. This is the designing phase. So ini yang kita akan go through hari ini. Okay, kita tak sampai kepada development phase. Development phase nanti Ana dan Tana akan cover kat belakang. Okay. So far yang ni okay kan?
Design ni, fasa design ni untuk petang ni lah, yang fasa 2 ni.
Design ni kita akan go through sekejap lagi. I will go through yang ini.
Okay.
Tapi develop, kita akan start developing notes. Kita akan start, petang ni kita akan developing notes. Lepas tu dalam siri yang kedua kita akan develop video. Siri yang ketiga kita akan develop, siri yang kedua kita akan develop videos dengan dan ada multimedia code, audio dan sebagainya. So itu kita buat dalam siri yang kedua nanti. Okay, tapi hari ini yang ini saya akan cover yang ini dan Ana akan start development of development of notes dulu. Sebab notes tu senang. So kita go through online yang tu. Okay, so but I will cover until designing ini. Okay. Stop annotate. Right. Kita tengok dulu learners needs. Okay. Ni saya rasa many educational, many lecturers pun dah tahulah ni tentang dia punya Bloom taxonomy. So Bloom taxonomy ni dia bukan ada kognitif Bloom taxonomy sahaja. Dia ada affective taxonomy, dia ada psychomotor punya taxonomy. So when you want to do analysis, okay, when you want to create an online course, okay, then you pun nak kata bahawa okay, online course saya ni yang orang yang selalu attend saya ni, kursus saya ni adalah professional. People who work during the day and they are not full-time student. Itu satu, ciri-ciri demografi dia. Selain daripada tu, yang penting you all nak tahu adalah online course you ni, dia punya content yang you nak deliver ni, content jenis apa? Is it knowledge related? Is it skills related? Is it attitude related? Kalau content yang you nak deliver in your online course is knowledge related, meaning to say that you want to teach something that is factual, something that is conceptual, you want to teach terminology, then you create your learning goals based on cognitive Bloom taxonomy. Okay, if your course content is knowledge related and what you want to teach is factual or conceptual or terminology, something related to terminology. But if you want to teach an online course where the content requires the participant or requires the student to develop procedural knowledge, meaning to say that later in your course, you are going to show them something that is step by step. You want to show them how to do something, and at the end of the day, you want them to be able to do or to build something, then your learning goals, your learning objective has to be written not using cognitive domain. Pakai apa? Psychomotor domain. Okay. Tapi saya tak ada gambar psychomotor domain kat sini. Kejap. Kena pakai dia punya ni. Sekejap. Sebab gambar tu saya tak ada jumpa yang common creative. Saya tunjuk kat sini. Bloom psychomotor domain. Okay. Kita selalu pakai kognitif. Tapi sebenarnya dia ada kognitif, affective and psychomotor. So, ini adalah kognitif. Remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, create. Yang ini adalah affective nanti. Psychomotor. We want them to be able to apa benda? Dia ada level of perception, set, able to have a guided response, able to mechanically perform. So, dia boleh assemble ke, dia able to follow, dia able to react, reproduce. Ini perkataan yang kita gunakan dekat dalam kita punya learning goal. If we want to teach an online course or an online content that is related to teaching skills related courses. Okay, so you use this kind of verbs to write your learning goals. Okay, so this is part of the process of learner analysis, learner needs analysis. Okay, so you identify this one. If your course is about teaching values or teaching values lah biasanya, okay, so you use the Bloom's taxonomy of affective domain. Use the word, for example, at the end of the lesson, students should be able to comply with the general standard of blah, blah, blah. At the end of the lesson, students should be able to demonstrate. So this one correspond to this specific category of taxonomy. Bloom taxonomy. Ni pun Bloom taxonomy juga, tapi dia adalah affective domain. Yang biasa kita tengok yang ini, Bloom taxonomy tapi cognitive domain. If you want them to remember, so you use the word define. So at the end of the lesson, students should be able to define the definition of blah, blah, blah. So this one, yang cognitive ni adalah if you want to teach something that is factual or conceptual, something related to terminology, kita pakai, kita build kita punya learning goals based using this kind of keywords, and kita tengoklah kita nak aras student kita learn up to level aras mana. Okay? Kalau kita nak at the end of the day, they are able to rewrite, summarize. So itu dah level tinggi lah, tapi still in teaching something related to knowledge. Yang ni, teaching something related to values. Okay, kalau at the end of the day, we want them to act. So kita tengok dia punya values dia adalah dia boleh memperlihatkan, dia boleh demonstrate dia punya value in work ethics contohnya kan. So ini mungkin kalau buat latihan praktik, mungkin kita some of our learning goals is in the part of yang kat sini lah. Okay, able to practice, able to perform. Okay, tapi ni perform values. Okay, so dia berbeza dengan perform kat sini. Ini adalah perform skills. Okay, so you have to identify your course is related, what kind of content that you're going to provide to your student. Is it knowledge related? Is it skills related? Is it value related? Then it is possible for you to have a combination of domain. Contoh for topic 1, I'm going to teach something related to knowledge. For topic 2, I'm going to teach something related to skills. Topic 3, I'm going to teach something related to values. Ataupun dalam topic 2 pun itself, I will be teaching something related to skills, but at the same time, I'm going to also evaluate their values. But you have to be clear lah kalau you want to evaluate the values and then you want to explicitly say that out, you want to evaluate values, so you have to show that in your digital content. What is the digital content that is suitable for values, for teaching values? That one you have to decide. So it is very important for you to know what is it that you want your students to achieve at the end of the day. So we call this as learners needs analysis. Begitu. Boleh? Yang saya tunjuk kat sini cognitive domain je. Sebab saya tak dapat gambar tadi tu yang open source. But you can have skills punya, apa tu nama dia tadi, psychomotor punya domain dengan affective punya domain daripada Bloom's taxonomy. Biasanya kita pakai Bloom's lah. Okay, boleh juga pakai yang lain. Right? So when you have identified, you have carried out this analysis. You have identified what kind of content that you want to deliver and what is the behavior or ataupun what is the learning outcome that you want to achieve. Then you start writing the learning goals. Okay, so establishing the learning goals, I categorize that as designing part. So here when you write your learning goals, I think this is I think all of you are familiar with this one. So you write your learning goals or learning outcome using ABCD rule. ABCD rule ni apa? So ada dalam kita punya penyataan kita punya learning objective, in the statement of our learning objective, okay, we spell out who are the audience, what is the behavior that we want the student to achieve at the end of the lesson, to what degree that we want them to be able to achieve at the end of the lesson, and is there any condition that we want to tie to that behavior that we want our student to achieve. Okay, saya bagi contoh yang ini. Saya punya warna ni salah pula. Condition ni warna biru. Biru ni. Okay. Okay. The example that I'm giving you just now, is, here is students will be able to differentiate between logical and arithmetic Python operators, including their respective function, applied to a hypothetical problem. So, saya punya learning objective ni adalah I have identified the content that I want to teach is related to factual. It's a knowledge-based punya course. So, lesson ataupun level lesson lah, tak payah sampai level 1 course. Okay, level lesson. So, my lesson today, I want my students to be able to differentiate between logical and arithmetic operators. Itu behavior yang saya nak. But to what extent saya nak dia tahu, saya nak dia differentiate antara logical dan arithmetic operators? To the extent that not only they know to differentiate, they also need to know their respective function. Fungsi-fungsi logical and arithmetic operators ni dia kena tahu juga. So that is the degree. This is what you say as the degree of the behavior that we want our students to achieve. Okay, and ada tak certain condition that we want to tie to this behavior? Contoh, saya kata bahawa I want my students to be able to differentiate between logical and arithmetic operators, including their respective function, with the condition that they have to understand this one in a hypothetical problem. Maksudnya adalah kalau saya bagi bukan je dia boleh differentiate, okay, yang ni logical operator, yang ni arithmetic operator, dia dah tahu function, okay, logical operator macam ni function dia, arithmetic operator macam ni fungsi dia, tapi dia kena tahu arithmetic operator ni nak pakai dalam masalah yang macam mana, logical operator ni nak kena pakai dalam masalah yang macam mana. That is what we call as the condition. Or you can simply have a condition like this. Students will be able to differentiate between logical and arithmetic operators, including their respective function, without teachers assist ataupun independently. Itu pun condition. Maksudnya dia boleh differentiate benda-benda ni secara sendiri, secara independent, individually. Itu pun boleh menjadi condition. But tak semua orang pun tulis dekat sampai level condition dengan degree ni. Kita biasanya tulis audience dengan behavior. At least dah ada audience dia, ada behavior dia, cukup lah. Okay, and you just have to remember that this behavior that you want your student to achieve, if you think that it is related, knowledge punya related punya behavior, gunalah verbs yang related untuk remember ataupun understand ataupun apa. That is the most important part. But as an educational technology, so I'm just telling you, ada orang yang tulis up to label, ada element A, B, C and D. Audience, behavior, condition and degree. Tapi most of us usually stop here at audience and behavior. We always say that students will be able to differentiate between logical and arithmetic Python operators. Titik. Gitu je. Okay? Tapi kalau yang nak penuhnya ginilah. Alright. So, first, once we have identified our learners needs, then we write our learning goals or our learning outcome. Okay? Lepas tu, kita choose kita punya delivery mode. Because this is an online course, so we can decide, adakah when we want to achieve this learning outcome, do we want to deliver that entirely synchronous, or do we want to deliver it entirely asynchronous, or do we want to have a mix of synchronous and asynchronous? Okay, so we choose the delivery modes because we want to deliver this online. So you choose, because when you want to develop a course or you want to deliver a lesson that is entirely synchronous, the digital content that you have to prepare is something else. Kalau you nak deliver your online course secara asynchronous, which is not in real time, the way you prepare your digital content, you have to do it differently. Macam tu. So that's why it's very important for you to design in choosing your delivery modes. So in synchronous online learning, so this is when you carry out your teaching and learning entirely online in real time. Okay, so all these three modes are entirely online. Okay, but synchronous happens in real time. Meaning to say that you teach their live. For example, right now, that what I'm doing right now, we have a live learning session. And then I also conduct our online learning activities entirely in real time. Okay, I wait and look at you, and then I wait for you to do that. So it is entirely real time. And assessment is also conducted real time. For example, I give you quiz and I say, okay, now we're going to do this quiz together. It's not that, you know, I give you the link to the quiz and then you can take the quiz anytime you want. That is asynchronous assessment. But if it is a real-time assessment, then I say that you have to answer the question now. I give you time until I give you like 30 minutes for you to do the assessment. That is real-time assessment. So if you have all of these activities being carried out entirely real-time, which means now, okay, then you are delivering your online courses synchronously. But if you allow your students to carry out the online learning activities at their own time and space, you tell them that they can take the quiz at any time they want, but they can take that online. And that means that it is an asynchronous learning. And you also did not deliver your teaching and learning session live. So you prepare a pre-recorded video to support your online learning plans. Okay, so this is why it is different. If you carry it out entirely online, we need to say that the digital content that you created may only involve something related to assessment. Your digital content may only involve something related to online learning activities that you have to design, but you do not have to prepare a pre-recorded session, for example, to deliver your content. But in asynchronous, you have to prepare digital content that is a pre-recorded video, and you have to also prepare your digital content related to online activities that, you know, is different than how you're going to prepare that entirely real time. Okay, or you can also have a mix of synchronous and asynchronous. You can do that as well. That's why it is different. When you decide your delivery is different, then the things that you have to prepare is also different. Once you have chosen your mode of delivery, now you have to choose your learning strategy. So this is about how do you want to deliver your content. Okay, so just now we decide on the mode of delivery. It is different than delivering your content. You know, how are you going to deliver your content in a way that, for example, I want to teach. I want my students to be able to differentiate between logical and arithmetic Python operators. How am I going to design my learning session so students can differentiate between logical and arithmetic Python operators? Okay, so there are many strategies that how I can do that. For example, I can give them a series of problems and then they have to solve that problem. So that we call that as problem-based learning strategy. Or, for example, you ask your student to visit a plantation to record and observe something like that. Okay, that means you this is also another strategy. Okay, so you ask your students to demonstrate something. This is also another strategy. So the way you deliver the content can be in the form of many strategy. And if you read on educational part, kalau macam learning theory, so ada macam-macam teori. There are many theories, like some say that, you know, if a person can learn effectively if they can construct meaning on their own. So that is what people in constructivism learning theory says. There are also people who says that, you know, if you want your student to learn better or they are able to acquire the knowledge, you should give them reward and punish them if they did not follow the correct ways that you want them to do. That is an opinion by behaviorism learning theory. There are also people who says that, you know, if you want your students to learn, then what you should do is that you should give them a lot of drill, a lot of tutorial, give them a lot of practice. Why? Because when they do a lot of practice, then they can remember better. When they can remember better, and then when we later ask them to demonstrate something, they can just retrieve that information and then do the correct steps or do the correct things that you want them to demonstrate. That is based on apa nama dia? Information processing learning theory or cognitive learning theory. So there are many ways. So learning strategy is about identifying the most efficient way that you think your student can be able to learn. So this is learning strategy in simple words lah. Okay, so you have to identify kalau nak mengajar konten macam ni, apa agaknya cara yang dia boleh learn better. So there are many perception on how people can learn better. And there are many opinions lah. Ni antara contoh-contoh opinion. Saya listkan kat sini contoh because based on my reading, the research finding says that kalau biasanya kalau if you want to teach something related to knowledge, okay, you try to apply constructivism learning theory punya cara, ataupun you apply inquiry based learning punya cara kalau you want them to learn something related to knowledge. Kalau you want them to learn something related to skill, tadi kita tengok kalau skill tu contohnya dia boleh follow step by step. So you can apply game-based learning, you can apply behaviorism learning theory. Sebab skill ni adalah kita nak dia, contoh, dia kena buat step yang betul. Kalau dia tak buat step yang betul, maksudnya dia tak acquire that knowledge. So you can apply game-based learning, for example, in a way that if they follow the correct step, and then they are able to produce the correct step, then they give you incentive. And then you penalize that student if they do something incorrectly. Itu konsep game. Game ni adalah you get rewarded for correct response and you get punishment for incorrect response. Itu game based. And there are also research who says that if you want to teach something related to attitude, values, then you can follow self-determination theory ataupun Maslow's hierarchy of needs. But this is just an example. There are many other learning strategies out there. It depends on you, on how do you think your student can learn better. And then choose that learning strategy. Okay, that is learning strategy. You look at your learning goals and then you think of how can my student achieve these learning goals better? Is it by doing this way or is it doing that way? Doing this way and that way tu ada nama dia. You all tak payahlah risau tentang terminologi ni. Mungkin sebenarnya you all dah amalkan pun tapi tak tahu apa benda nama learning strateginya. So it doesn't matter. Okay, for me it's just that you design your instruction, it has to align to reaching your learning outcome. That is the most important part. Okay, and I think kadang-kadang kita ni we acquire this skill by by maturity, with our experience in teaching and learning. So then we are able to, okay, kalau nak mengajar macam ni kena ajar macam ni. Nak deliver macam ni kena ajar macam ni. Okay, so this is the third step. Number 1 tadi adalah design the learning goal. Number 2, choose the delivery mode. Number 3 is choose the learning strategy based on the learning goal. Lepas tu, okay, lepas tu kita pun mulalah membuat teaching and learning materialsnya. Tadi katakanlah kita nak deliver kita punya content secara asynchronous. So, dan kita pun dah tentukan, okay, dalam kita punya nak deliver secara asynchronous ni, saya nak achieve learning goals yang mana tadi. Lepas tu saya dah plan dah, okay, nak mengajar cara apa. And then, so sekarang saya kena prepare lah bahan-bahan dia. Okay, now we develop our teaching and learning materials. Okay, dan teaching and learning materials ni can be in the form of instructional videos, can be in the form of notes, or anything that can be used as self-study material. Okay, sebab tu digital content ni, dia punya property yang bagus dia adalah kalau benda tu, teaching and learning materials kita ni, digital content kita ni, can stand on its own without you being around. If you think you have developed a digital content that can explain itself to your student, it can serve as a self-study material, meaning to say that your explanation is not necessary when the students study your material, then it is a good digital content. Okay, so it can be in the form of videos, in the form of notes, or other self-study material. So step number 4, saya dah lari kat sini. So step number 4 is you develop your resources, your teaching and learning materials. So what you do is that you gather your resources. So that resources can be in the form of open educational resources just now yang kita belajar dekat first part tadi. So do not start on something scratch. Build on something that has been done. So you tengok balik semula you punya learning goals, okay? and then you rasa okay yang ini sebab saya nak deliver macam ni, and then I think I need to prepare notes, and then I kena prepare mungkin satu video pasal what is logical and arithmetic operators, mungkin satu lagi video on their function, and then lepas tu saya kena buat satu presentation on a number of problem that they have to solve. So itu dah berapa material tu? 2 video dengan satu presentation slide maybe untuk explain kepada student arahan-arahan yang mereka kena buat to solve problem. Okay, then now you have a number of things in your head. Okay, kena buat 2-3 benda. Okay, so you gather your resources and then you start building your teaching and learning materials. As I said, do not start from scratch. You search on open educational resources and build on them. Okay, you gather your resources. This is an example. Ni saya ulang balik semula. Okay, tempat-tempat mana nak cari open source punya material. Okay, lepas you dah buat you punya teaching and learning resources, then you start designing your assessment. The difference between, this is for me, the difference between assessment and learning activities is that, for example, learning assessment, sometimes kita nak tiekan learning activity tu dengan markah. So dia jadi assessment lah. Kalau activity tu kadang-kadang kita tak tie dia dengan any score. Okay, so it's just for them to evaluate themselves. Where are they? So in our teaching, in our online course, we can also identify what is the assessment suitable to evaluate the learning goals that we have set. So we can do many kinds of assessment. So it can be in the form of alternative assessment or traditional assessment, as long as it evaluates the thing that you want to measure in the learning goals. That is the most important part. Okay, so cara saya adalah when I want to identify my assessment, I break down my learning goals. For example here, my learning goal is students will be able to differentiate between logical and arithmetic Python operators, including their function, applied to a hypothetical problem. So saya akan break down yang ini, so saya akan tanya, okay, first kali dia kena tahu apa itu logical operator. So my question would include what is logical operators. Then I would also ask question related to what is arithmetic operators. Lepas tu saya akan tanya question related to what is the function of operators. Jadi if they are able to solve this one, then I assume that my learning objective is achieved. Okay, saya breakdown daripada saya punya learning goals ini kepada the things that I want to know. So if they are able to fulfill this one, okay, then my learning goals is achieved. Okay, then I decide lah what is the best way for me to evaluate my students' understanding about logical operators. Is it quiz? Is it discussion? Okay, macam tak payah sampai level discussion, macam this is very factual. So nak discuss apa? You boleh copy paste je kan kalau kita tanya what is the function of logical operators. Dia cari je, kita tanya, dia boleh cari dekat Google, dia paste je. Ini doktor, logical operator. Okay, we do not want that. So maybe in the form of quiz, maybe in the form of contextual, because kat sini pun saya kata bahawa saya nak di dalam hypothetical problem. So I might give them a certain coding script and then ask them to identify. So that might be more effective than just asking them to discuss, or is it case study. So think what is suitable dengan benda yang you nak assess kat sini. Choosing assessment. Okay. Lepas tu dah choose assessment, dan barulah kita nak be creative sikit-sikit. Okay. You want to embed technology. Okay. The purpose of technology is usually to make it even more engaging. Kalau contohnya benda yang tak aktif, bila guna teknologi dia jadi aktif. Itu je purpose teknologi ni. Jadi, the first teknologi paling last sekali sebenarnya. And if you think that using technology won't make it any more engaging, then you just don't use it. I would highly suggest that. Okay, so saya rasa pedagogi Will ni saya rasa ramai orang dah tengok sebelum ni. Okay, so they assign, for example, if you want to do something, if you want your students to create something, and then dia bagi example of tool yang membolehkan student create something. If you want your student to evaluate something, ni contoh-contoh tool dia. So you can make full use of this one. Ataupun you can just go very traditional and think of anything that you think that suitable for your learning objective or learning goal. Okay. In summary, I always do this kind of adjustment. I write my learning goals. I dah pilih dia punya delivery mode. Saya biasa letakkan assessment ni dekat sebelah dengan saya punya learning goal. Supaya saya assess benda yang related dengan learning goal. Okay. So, saya akan letakkan assessment. Okay. This is my strategy on how I want to deliver my, this is the strategy on how I want to achieve my learning goal. Okay, saya akan bagi aktiviti solve two hypothetical problem. Ini adalah resources yang saya nak guna. Okay, lepas tu saya make adjustment. Okay, daripada assessment ni, okay, kalau saya bagi quiz ni je, kan bagi quiz macam tak berapa best sangat. Bagi quiz yang engaging sikit. Okay, saya nak pakai Socrative. Nak deliver problem ni, apa agaknya cara je bagi lebih menarik sikit berbanding dengan very plain discussion board. Okay, saya nak pakai Padlet. So, this is how you embed technology, adjust here and there. Okay, bukannya you have technology in mind, lepas tu you, okay, dengan saya nak gunakan Padlet hari ni, apa benda yang kita boleh buat dengan Padlet ni? Bukan macam tu lah. Okay, you sesuaikan Padlet dengan apa yang you dah plan. Okay, so the technology comes at the very end of your designing phase. Now, finally, okay, yang ini yang saya nak tunjukkan sekejap lagi, 11.4. Okay, so I give you some time untuk buat yang ini. Now, just now I tell you that to design, there are several steps. Number one, to design, kita kena design dia punya learning goal. We choose the delivery mode. Lepas kita choose dia punya delivery mode, kita choose dia punya learning strategy. Lepas kita choose dia punya learning strategy, then we gather resources. Lepas kita gather resources, then kita develop dia punya assessment. Lepas tu kita make adjustment by choosing technology if it is necessary. Okay, then dah ada yang ini, lepas tu saya cadangkan, kadang-kadang orang nak letak kat dalam template ke apa ke, boleh. Nak buat table biasa macam ni pun boleh. But you have to make alignment. Okay, dan saya nak suggestkan you all buat alignment menggunakan tool ini. learningdesigner.org. Okay, learningdesigner.org ni akan membolehkan kita tulis kita punya plan. Lepas tu dia akan, it will display to you, it will show to you how many % of your teaching and learning activities is very passive. Or how many % of your teaching and learning activities is actually engaging. Which you allow them to do practice, you allow them to discuss. So this designing plan will demonstrate to you the % of teaching and learning activities that you have, the plans that you have. Okay. And then you can set, you want your student to read, watch, or listen, you want them to discuss, or you want to produce something. Okay, this is very useful for online learning delivery because you can set whether the course or your lesson will be carried out entirely online. Is it with teacher or without teacher being present? So it will give a detailing of that. Okay, and it will give you percentage macam ni. Dah ada berapa minit di sini. So it's a good way for you to reflect on your lesson plan. Are you spending too much time on acquisition, for example? Acquisition yang agak pasif lah. Dia kena nak, sama ada kamu suruh dia baca, kita suruh dia watch, atau kita suruh dia listen. So kalau boleh janganlah tinggi sangat dekat acquisition ni. Okay, so make sure that there are quite a number percentage for discussion, practicing, or producing something. Ataupun you nak dia buat investigation, buat experiment. So put some time kat situ. Okay. Now, we are going to look at the learningdesigner.org. So you have gone through the analysis phase and then the designing phase, which include designing phase ni ada macam-macam benda nak kena design tadi, okay, including designing the learning outcome. And then I want you to write that one in the learningdesigner.org. So this is the place, okay? So it is a place where you can start designing, or you can go to browser and then you can look at what are the things that people have developed. I think there are not many here. Okay, yang ini. And then if you want to create from scratch, you can click on designer. Okay, kalau saya nak buat design yang baru. Okay, so dia akan keluar empty macam ni. Okay, so you pun namakanlah. You punya name, session name, for example, topic 1, for example, introduction, let's say introduction to computer science. Okay, and then you can specifically name this topic, ataupun you nak kata sebagai lesson 1. Okay, berapa jam you want to do that? How many hours? Let's say 2 hours. Okay, what is the size of your class? Nampak tak saya di sini? What is the size of your class? Let's say 30. Mode of delivery, is it wholly online? Is it blended? Is it classroom based, location based, or others? So let's say I want to choose wholly online. And then you can choose to write your aim, or I can just directly put here outcome. Let's say my outcome is related to knowledge, or apply. Okay, then you write apply computer science fundamentals in solving problem. Contoh. Okay, then you can add more. Okay, if you want, you can add more. Okay, so you can add more lah. Cancel. Okay. Kat sini, kita boleh add kita punya teaching and learning activities. TLA is teaching and learning activities. So let's say, for example, the first part of my lesson, lesson on applying computer science fundamentals. So I want them. So this part is introduction to computer science. So I want them to, for example, read, watch, and listen, or I want them to discuss, I want them to practice, I want them to produce, for example. Let's say I want them to read, watch, and listen for, I don't know, for 5 minutes. Okay. And then the students, is it 30 or is it, you can choose, mana dia punya ni, screen tip ni, dia boleh in groups ataupun everybody have to listen, you just click on here. Lepas tu kat sini, teacher present, it will be here. Kalau cross, dia adalah teacher not present. Let's say here, teacher not present. And here, I want to click here because it is online, or if it is a cross, then it is face-to-face and it is not online. So I click here online, and I can choose whether it is asynchronous. If it is click here and then it says that it is synchronous, I want to click here and that means it is asynchronous. Here you can attach your notes and you can add your learning resources. For example, here I want to say students watch YouTube video. Apa benda? Ataupun students watch pre-recorded video, because this is asynchronous. Pre-recorded video on what is computer science. Okay, ini untuk introduction to computer science. And then kita boleh tambah within this part of introduction to computer science, we add here lagi. Lepas dia read, watch, and listen, but within the introduction to computer science, I want to add them, then they have to discuss. Discuss why computer science is relevant to teachers' education. So, how many minutes? I wanted to discuss that within 20 minutes. Okay, tengok kat sini. Okay, and then size dia adalah 5. Lepas tu yang ini, teacher not present, but it is online and it is synchronous. Okay, so this is untuk subtopik yang Introduction to Computer Science within the lesson of Introduction to Computer Science. Katakanlah dalam ini juga, saya nak ajar contoh application of, sebab saya kata tadi saya nak apply kan, application of computer science. Contoh je lah in daily life. So here, I want them to discuss. Ataupun I want them to investigate. Berapa minit nak investigate? 30 minit. Size within 5 juga. And teacher is present and it is online. And this one is, I want to make it synchronous. Okay. So, students identify examples of computer science application. So kalau bawah application of computer science in daily life ni nak tambah lagi kat bawah ni pun boleh. And then maybe here I want to have solving problems using computer science fundamentals. This one adalah dia kena practice, and then this is within 30 minutes. Ya, 30, 1 jam, 1 jam setengah, 1 jam 20 minit. Size dia adalah 1. Okay, and this is online, but it is asynchronous, quiz on. Contoh lah situ saja. Macam ni. And then, you can save this one. Okay, lesson 1, intro. Tulis juga. Saya save. And then you can export this design to Microsoft Word. Or you can, sementara dia download tu, kita boleh analisis kat sini. Ni. Kita tengoklah kat sini. Kita banyak acquisition kat sini. This is, we want them to do investigation. This is the percentage of them doing practice. The acquisition kat sini sikit. The discussion. Okay. So, they give them example of pecahan lah. Okay. Dia punya percentage tu tadi sepatutnya keluar kat sini. Ni, macam ni percentage. Acquisition 6%, practice how many percent? Practice 35%, discussion 34%, 35% of the time is on inquiry. This is percent of time. Okay, so when you download that one, dia boleh dalam bentuk Word lah kat sini untuk simpanan kita. So, here, contoh. Dikeluarkan juga lah macam ni untuk simpanan kita. Maybe, I don't know if you want to put this in your teaching portfolio or whatever, then it will summarize this for you. This is what I want you to do. Until we meet maybe the next session. Boleh. A simple one, just one lesson that you plan and then you upload that lesson. Okay, that example of planning that you have dekat dalam kita punya Google Classroom. The Word version or the link of the, you boleh juga share link kat sini. Ni share link ni. Share. Ni kat sini. You boleh share design. Okay. Ni. Copykan link ni. Ataupun the shorten URL, copykan and then you share that in the Google Classroom. Okay. You have to follow the same step macam tu tadi. You plankan you punya learning goals kat sini. You punya outcome tadi, you plankan. Lepas tu, you identify what is the content that you want to, you have to gather. Kat sini kan, kalau macam ni nanti kita akan pick lah kat sini, pre-recorded video. Okay, nak kena watch apa? Watch pre-recorded video. So, ini nanti kita kena develop lah dia punya pre-recorded video. Kalau dia nak investigate, lepas tu adakah ini investigate tak ada bahannya ke? Okay, ataupun you dah ada some fundamental barang yang you nak di-investigate. Okay, dan daripada sini, planning baru kita identify berapa banyak digital content yang kita nak develop. Macam tu. Okay, Sebab daripada kita punya lesson nanti mungkin tak semuanya, tak kebanyakannya digital content kita kena develop. Ada yang mungkin kita kena letak notes sahaja. Jadi digital content kita adalah dalam bentuk notes sahaja, tak adalah dalam bentuk pre-recorded video contohnya. Okay, then we will identify that based on our learning plan ni. Okay, so this is still the phase of designing lah. Kita designkan kita punya the whole lesson. Mana? Okay, and then you upload here. Dekat classwork ni, you uploadkan dekat bahagian ini, preparing the course design, activity 1 dekat topik tu. So, you share your link kepada you all punya design. Boleh? Boleh ke? Faham ke? Apa saya cakap ni? Boleh Okay. Yang ini, so kita berhenti pukul 12. So, you create only one sahaja. Okay. Create only one. Nanti pukul sementara lunch break nanti saya akan semak. And then in the afternoon, we will start building kita punya resources yang dalam bentuk notes dulu. Lepas tu, the next session, baru kita build resources yang dalam bentuk video dan other multimedia. So, tapi kita design ni sepatutnya kita tengoklah kita punya learning design ni memerlukan apa, resources apa, digital content apa. Okay? Macam tu. Boleh?
So kita guna learningdesigner.org untuk subjek kita lah, isi based on ni. And then upload dalam Google Classroom.
Ya, sharekan dia punya link pun boleh. Sharekan dia punya linknya. Sharekan dia punya link ni. Boleh copy link ni and then letakkan kat dalam Google Classroom tu. Ataupun you nak exportkan you punya design.
Google Classroom tu insert macam mana?
Google Classroom tu macam ni.
Paste dekat mana?
Sebagai student. Okay, pergi dekat sini. Pergi dekat classwork ni, kat bahagian topik tu, yang ni, activity 1. Preparing the course design. So, you will just have to view the assignment ni sebab saya view teacher. You view the assignment, nanti you kena turn in you punya link. Itu je lah. Then I will be able to check your learning design.
Cuba buat.
Okay, so I will check. So, I'll give you maybe until 1. And then in the afternoon, we will start with designing notes. Macam tu. Boleh? Nanti kalau kita sementara designing notes ni pun nanti saya akan semak dan saya akan bagi komen dekat sini lah. Nanti you all tengok komen saya dekat sini juga. Okay? Alright. Itu sahaja, satu lesson sahaja. I hope you can turn in the learning design, your learning design, your specific learning design. Supaya boleh tengok macam mana you all cara susun you all punya content tu. Boleh
Ada soalan daripada partisipan?
Saya ada bagi contoh kat sini example of complete learning design. If you want to have a look. Yang ni saya buat sebelum ini. So you can also see how I write my learning design lah kat sini. Boleh juga tengok contoh macam ni. Saya ada letak juga contoh dekat Google Classroom tu, example of complete learning design. Okay? Boleh? Satu-satu je. Okay.
Dekat Google Classroom doktor tu, boleh tengoklah nota-nota tu. Kenapa ya?
Boleh ambil, boleh. Boleh. Saya dah letak logo CCBY NCSA kat situ. Boleh ambil.
Cik Sefian boleh access kan Google Classroom?
Ni link ni.
Saya dah pergi masuk dekat Google Classroom doktor tu. Tapi ni nak tengok tak tahu dekat mana tempat dia letak.
Ni pergi dekat classwork ni atas ni. Dia ada stream, dia ada classwork. Pergi kat classwork.
Oh, okey. Saya tengok dekat classwork. Okey.
Yang stream ni saya pun tak tahu kenapa Google Classroom ni dia share, dia susun macam ni. Yang ini untuk announcement. Jadi yang di kat classwork ni. Okey, jadi saya dah susunkan yang inilah, bahan semua ada kat sini. Yang petani pun Dr. Ana dah masukkan. Okey, kalau tak ada apa-apa soalan, I look forward to receive your course design later. And I will go through that. And then in the afternoon, Dr. Anna will continue with designing notes. I'm sure all of you memang dah excellent pembuat nota, but maybe it's just a revision. Kot lah kan kalau nak perbaiki persediaan notes anda tu. Okay, so you can, we will start with building notes. Lepas tu baru kita buat in the second seminar, second workshop, which is yang videos dengan other multimedia ni. Okay.
So
Saya
maksudnya kita stop ni dan kita start petang ni kan?
Ya, petang ni. Yes, yes. So,
Jam 2:30 ke macam mana?
boleh, pukul 2:30 boleh, Dr. Anna?
Ke 2?
Boleh.
Okay, pukul 2:30.
Okay.
2:30 sempat kan, Anna?
Boleh
Okay, alright.
Right.
Okay, so we will start in the afternoon. So I will stop here. I will just be facilitating this afternoon. Okay, so you Dr. Anna will deliver the workshop this afternoon. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. So I will be checking the activity 1 and have a look at your course design, and I will comment that in the Google Classroom. Okay. Terima kasih semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih, Doktor.
Sama homeworknya jangan lupa.
Okey.
Ada
Terima
homework
kasih
ni,
Dr.
alamak.
Nurbiha. So kita jumpa lagi jam 2:30.
2:30. Ya. Terima kasih semua.
Link yang sama ya. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Okay, start Dr. Ana, boleh dengar suara saya tak?
Boleh.
Ah,
Dengar saya tak?
dengar. So, kita nak start sekarang ke macam mana?
Boleh? Kita start sekarang kalau semua dah ready dan dah ada.
Partisipan 23 orang. Diha, ada QR code tak untuk kehadiran petang ni? Diha? Diha ada tak?
Um,
Okay, kita tunggu sikit lagi. Kita start 2, 3, 5 lah.
right.
Okay, baiklah. Kita akan mulakan sesi bengkel kita, siri kedua pada petang ini bermula jam 2:30. Okay, insyaAllah untuk siri kedua ini akan disampaikan oleh fasilitator kita yang kedua, iaitu Dr. Ana Haziqah daripada UTM. Okay, so Dr. Ana akan facilitate kita berkaitan dengan building sim, designing notes, kan? Okay, so tanpa melengahkan masa, saya serahkan sesi bengkel ini kepada Dr. Ana. Dipersilakan.
Right, terima kasih banyak Dr. Nurmala. Okey, kiranya saya ni lah, saya mulakan. Untuk sesi petang ni harapnya semua masih segar dah lepas lunch, mungkin dah pergi minum kopi.
InsyaAllah.
Okay. Alright, so petang ni kita agak practical sikit lah seperti yang Dr. Nurbiha kongsikan pagi tadi. Kita akan buat pada bahagian develop ataupun developing notes. Untuk hari ni kita akan lebih kepada macam mana nak design notes dan macam mana nak menjadikan dia mudah dibaca dan menarik. Okay, saya percaya semua orang pun dah everyone is actually an expert to design notes. Masing-masing dah lama dah mengajar ni, dah ada material. So might be this might be some sharing and can improve whatever you have now to actually improve your notes and make it more interesting. Okay, alright. So this is just workshop objective. I think this is have been mentioned with Dr. Nurbiha just now. It's about the OER. Okay, so now you know how to actually search pictures, videos online. So you will use this kind of materials in your lecture notes or slides of PowerPoint or any other materials that you will embed into your online course later on. All right. So I will focusing on designing content for publication or for online courses. Okay. So basically when we are actually developing our lecture notes, we must make sure that our notes is brief and selective. So just select whatever is important and make it briefly. And don't forget, the materials or the lecture notes that we develop is actually for the students to actually self-learn. Okay, so make sure it is good enough, not too short, but not too long to make them understand. So if they are actually too short, they might be cannot understand the point that you're trying to give. But when it is too long, might be it will make it like boring. So we want to avoid that. Okay, so and it is also important to keep the notes or the slides well spaced so you can actually see individual point. So make sure it have some white space here so that we can see, and then show the relationship between the main point with the other point. Okay, so you can make some important point, might be in the center, might be in the title. Okay, and then you put into the relationship with that particular title or main point. Okay, and use your own words. So this is also one of the things that I think it is important for self-instructional materials, because we will usually refer to some ebooks. Just this morning, Dr. Nurbiha already share how to actually find ebooks for reference and so on. So sometimes we are actually referring to this book, and then we tend to copy and paste the information. So the sentence from the book is actually not really suitable to be used in lecture notes. So please try to use your own words to summarize. So you how to summarize is you can try to imagine when someone asking you, so what this person sees about this, and then when you think about that, you write your reply in the slide PowerPoint. Okay, and then do include illustration, examples, and also diagrams. So it can help you to put ideas in practical context. So please do put related graphic and examples, and try to avoid unnecessary graphic or multimedia content so that it won't be a distraction for the audience or for the students. Okay, and then try to make your slides memorable. Okay, try to use color, pattern, highlighting, and also underlining for the important point. All right, so I tend to actually use certain color schemes for my slides for each subject. So try to find a few colors that is actually interesting to be used. Try to maintain that particular particular color to make sure it is memorable. So they will remember this blue and orange color is actually this slide. So it helps them to memorize the content as well. Okay, and as usual, you can use highlighting, you can use underlining to actually try to highlight main point. And then after we have draft our slides or lecture notes, please read through, okay? I don't know. I don't know if you notice sometimes when we are doing the slides in rush hours or kita nak cepat kan. So sometimes there is some mistake. So please read through to make sure that it is clear, it is understandable. If we do the slides for synchronous class, it can might be you can help in explaining the mistake. However, when developing an online course, you might want to kita nak elakkan lah benda-benda macam ni, because there is nobody to explain the mistake or the content to the audience. So we must make sure that it is actually very clear and people will understand what the message or the point that you want to deliver using the slides presentation. Alright. Okay, so we come to the first activity, which is not analysis. I think all of you have so many slides presentation, have many subjects, have many years in teaching experience. So try to find one slide and I want you to upload presentation on your notes, the slide presentation on this Padlet link. And then I want each of you actually analyze what is the pro and what is the cons of your friend's notes. Okay, so we will look into if the friend's note have too much colors, too long wording, or too short, might be don't have any multimedia or graphic. So we'll look into that. Okay, I think this activity can be done in 10 minutes. Okay, I will share the link. Wait, dekat chat box. Right. So you can go to this Padlet link and you can share whatever slides or PowerPoint that you have, and then we will discuss and look into what is actually the pro and the cons. Might be you already have a very good slides or PowerPoint for your teaching and learning. Okay, kita buat tu sekejap ya.
Perlu upload slide note
Slides. Apa-apa slides yang kita dah pernah buat dan kita gunakan untuk pengajaran, just upload. So kita tengok, kita analisis nanti bersama-sama.
Malu pula nak share.
Jom kita share. Sekejap, saya pun boleh cari juga slide saya.
Tengah mencari.
Tapi kita boleh sama-sama belajar. Mungkin ada slide yang memang dah already okay and actually we can learn from the others. Right. So have you used Padlet before? So for those who haven't used Padlet, so you can just click plus button here. Okay, and I think Padlet is quite easy to use, right? And you can click any you can click upload button and then you click choose any PowerPoint slide that you have, and then you might want to add your name or what is the notes for your subject that you actually upload and share to the Padlet.
Dia tu post itu. Ni ada kok. Boleh lah. Sumpah.
Okay, Dr. Normala has shared the slides.
Introduction
So,
je tu.
nampak cantik ni. Jom kita tengok. Alright. Okay, so this slide is quite nice, and it have the color scheme. So it have white, chocolate, and also yellow. Okay, so and the color is maintained throughout the slides. So this is good.
She is the art and design punya lecturer.
Hebat ni.
She is supposed to come up with a very good slide design.
Yes. Cantik ni. So this is one of the good examples lah that we can follow and actually get inspired from these slides. And lots of features been used. But for online course, you might want to add some more text, because this kind of feature do need explanation, right? Just
Biasa
little.
kalau macam ni, saya akan add audio. Explanation
Okay.
dalam slide.
So that is also good. Letak audio ataupun actually recorded video, kita boleh letak juga dekat dalam PowerPoint. So basically nanti saya pun akan share juga how to actually narrate your slides. Okay, cantik. Orang design and art ni kalahlah kita. Okay, so we'll wait for others to share the notes. Okay, so this is another one. So ada siapa nak komen tak? Yang bagus ke, yang tak bagus, pro and cons in this slide? Okay, so overall this slide is more towards black, grey, and also blue and white. So this one is okay. Outline and content nice, and this is also a nice one. But might be you can improve by changing the color of the bold word to blue so that it is more visible. Okay. This icon usage is also very good. So you do use smart art, and right. So this slide is quite quite macam kosong sikit because there is no design. Might be can add in some colors to it to make sure it is more interesting. Might be put in some pictures, or you can use colors in the diagram, in the arrow or in the box. Okay, kalau ada orang lain nak tambah komen ataupun pujian pun boleh. Okay, I like the use of icon actually, but this is quite gloomy, so might be the icon can be in yellow or light blue, so it is more visible. Overall, it have white space. Quite good. Okay. You also can like and comment in the Padlet, so it can you can comment on others' work lah. So do anyone have any comment? Ke semua orang tengah sibuk cari slide masing-masing ni?
Mungkin lah.
Boleh try comment je, try comment slide saya tak okay.
Boleh.
I just think for this one is more to the text. So it might be interest kalau we put more to apa? Ada chart and so on that can attract lagi ramai. Lagi senang nak hadam all the information there.
Yes, I do agree with that because again, please remember that this is self-instruction material, so they will be reading your notes or slides. So when there is no aids from multimedia elements or contents, it quite it might makes the learners quite boring. So, but these slides do have the elements of colors to highlight. However, I think the color is too many. Sometimes use purple, sometimes use red, sometimes use green, or sometimes have some yellow here. So might be you want to get it more standardized, like if you want to use yellow, and then you use yellow for the what call that, for the highlight, not and this green and red color is quite not suitable, but this one is okay. The yellow and red. So macam yang hijau ni macam sakit mata sikit sebab dia agak the bright color with another bright color. So try to use different range of colors yang macam yang low sedikit dengan yang high, bright sedikit. So and this hijau is also this green color is also not very visible to read. Okay, but maroon is nice. Maroon and black is nice. Yellow and black is also nice to highlight, but try to just highlight a few important words maybe. Okay. Thanks. Yes. Yes, as Dr. Nurbiha said, we use color because we want to highlight or emphasize important points, not just to give variety of colors, especially on words. If you want to have variety of colors in figures or diagrams, is okay, but when highlighting something, it is better to use standardized color for highlight. For example, if you want to choose yellow, so try to choose yellow. So people or the readers or the learners is actually understand that you are actually highlighting this because this is important. Or you can, might be you want to underline because these have some links to the other materials. Yes. Okay. So I believe this slide is from books. Is it correct? Because some books do give us slides. I'm just judging. Just teka je ni. It's from the publisher, right? Okay, so what can we improve from this slide? So anyone have any ideas what we can improve from this slide, from this publisher slide?
Yeah, it's my slide actually. I took it from the book publisher. Yeah, perhaps that we can transform into more illustrative slides, okay, with the colors that highlight the important, to emphasize something that what the Nurbiha suggested just now. I do agree. I want to transform this into more attractive slides.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. So yes, we can extract this information and actually make it more interesting. And we will go through that later on how to actually make it more interactive. Okay. Alright. Yang lain tak share lagi ke? Segan kan yang lain? Input sample books can use. Yes, that's good. Alright, kita tengok beberapa minit lagi. Right, this is in Arabic, I think. Saya faham lughatul Arabiah je, betul ke? Okay, but this template is quite nice to be used. Okay, it have pictures, it have themes. But the picture quality is quite mana tadi? Quite low. So this one. So you can see that this picture is dia macam pecah-pecah sikit. Okay, so might be you can use image that have a good quality, and you can find that image from the sources that Dr. Nurbiha already shared this morning. So it have a good quality, even though it is open source. Okay, and can as well put some highlight to what is actually you want to highlight in this note. Might be you can put some colored text box to highlight certain important point here, or might be you want to put underline or highlight some words. Right. Overall, it has a good color scheme, a good white space, have quite have pictures, but quite a lot of text. So how you want when you have a lot of text? So please do use highlighting or bold, or try to put some box to actually highlight what is the main important point that you want to share in the slides. like this. Okay, so this one is actually a green color. So this is the word that they actually want to highlight, right? Okay, I think boleh share lagi. There might be can get some ideas to improve, or might be some inspired from other slides as well. Okay, so I think I will continue with sharing. I will share my slides. Okay. So we will go through the types of notes. So there is some types of different types of notes. Okay, so today I will share these two types. Okay, the first one is linear types. Okay, where we have headings and we have content. So I think this is the most popular types that we use for our lecture notes, and I can see some of it just now in your slides or lecture notes. And another one is actually a spidergram. So it is more like mind map, where you have topic, you have main point, and also sub point. Okay. All right. So what is actually linear notes? Linear notes is actually slides with headings and subheadings and have plenty room for detail. So we can add more points compared to the spidergram that have highlighted only a few important points. And the most important points in linear notes is the loads of headings. And headings is actually highlighting the main ideas and concept, and the subheadings is actually point out the ideas that we want to deliver. And then in linear notes, we tend to stick to one point per line, and we can underline some keywords or highlight some keywords, or use capital letters to highlight some keywords. Okay, and we can use bullets or numbering to make sure it is organized. And when we use linear notes, we need to have plenty of space for easy reading. So if you have too much text, it is harder to the learners to read your slides. Okay, so this is an example of linear notes where we have this heading, pengertian sejarah. So we have this point, one line or one box per point. So apa makna daripada Ibn Khaldun, apa makna daripada Herodotus, and so on. So it is clear to actually look into what is the point that we want to deliver. Okay, this is another example. So we put the load of headings here. Types of digital collaboration, so synchronous and asynchronous. So this is we put this big, and we put point in single line, so that it is easy to read and it have a very good space in the slides. Okay, so this is examples of this is example of good slides compared to before. All right. So next one is spidergram notes. Okay, spidergram note is more like mind maps. So it's showing structures and organizing your ideas. So some people does not like this kind of notes so much. Some people like this kind of note, because the spidergram of note is actually summarizing all the points in one slides. Okay, so this is the main point, this is the sub point, and this is the details of the sub points. So it is good to show the connection between the main point to the sub point. So it is easier for the learners to understand the concept of the topic that we want to deliver compared to linear notes. Sometimes when we are using linear notes, people are actually forget what they have learned in the main concept when we show the example. So that is the advantages of spidergram compared to linear notes. However, linear note have more space for detail. All right. Okay. So this is an example of spider notes. Okay, and however this background is quite macam pening sikit lah tengok colour dia kan. So might as well you want to actually have this kind of colours that is more calming. So normally when we use smart art, we have this good colour suggestion. Later on we will look into how to actually create a smart art. Alright. So this is the thing that I already highlight just now during the note analysis, but this is the points that actually you need to consider when designing notes. Okay, the first point is actually setting fonts. Okay, so what kind of font that you want to use for your slides, and try to use a consistent font, and we do have serif and sans serif points. So for multimedia presentation, normally we will use sans serif. Sans serif is the example of sans serif font is like Arial, Calibri, TW Sans, I think, and for the serif one is like Times New Roman yang ada echo sikit. So normally Times New Roman, Bookman, old Antiqua macam itulah kan. That one we will use for reporting, for printing, but for multimedia elements, we will use the sans serif one. So please macam ni kan, tak ada echo dekat dia punya S, T ni kan. So this is sans serif. So you can use that kind of font in your heading, subheading, and please be consistent. Might be you want to have a different different types of font for headings and different type of font for subheading. And then for the color scheme, so we can use a few colors, but make sure it is less than 5 colors. If they have so much colors, it won't macam orang kata macam meriah sangat kan, macam clown. Okay, so please use color scheme. So for example, in this slide, we have blue, we have white, we have grey, and we have yellow. Okay, and try to use a contrasty element. So for example, if you want to highlight, you might want to have use a brighter color to make sure it is visible and it is showing the important point. All right. And then using icons, okay? So using icon to represent the points, okay? For example, this pencil is actually representing fonts or lettering. Color, this is color palette. So this color palette is actually representing the color schemes. So we use icon that represent our point. So don't just use icon that is actually not related to your point. Okay, so you can find this icon in PowerPoint. So, but you need to be online to searching for icon, if I'm not mistaken. And you can also find icons through Flaticon. So you just search Flaticon. Might be able just share sekejap how to actually search Flaticon. Flaticon is a very good platform to find icons, and I love using that. Okay. All right. So you just search Flaticon. So so you will find so many vector icon and stickers here. For example, we want to search for educational. Educational icon. Yang bestnya kita boleh pilih, we can choose what is the color scheme that we want for that for our icon. Okay, so we can choose black, we can choose gradient, we can choose color. So if this for example, I choose black, so it will be displaying only black icon. So you can use similar types of icon for your PowerPoint. So dia nampak sekata lah. Okay, so this one is color. Lambat pula internetnya. Okay, so this one is color and this one is gradient. So if you can see, kalau dekat dalam apps, dekat dalam dekat dalam webs, kadang-kadang dia ada this few color scheme kan. So we can choose this kind of color and choose for our PowerPoint. Kita nak yang outline je ke, nak yang fill je ke. So we can choose and just download. It is free. Alright. So this is about Verticon. Right, back to the slide. Just share screen. Okay. Alright. So okay, so after icon is about using design ideas or template. Alright. So we can make our PowerPoint more interactive and nice by using templates. It is available online. You can search, you can download, you can use templates from PowerPoint as well. You might want to use template from your universities or any other universities actually or other organization that actually provide templates. You can use that, and also you can use design ideas. Okay, so and lastly is actually selecting image. I think I won't be touch this part because Dr. Nurbiha already showed you this morning how to find image, open source image through online platform. So now I will show you how to actually export your presentation into a nice one with the templates. Okay, let me share a basic template for PowerPoint. So because you do have what we call that, you do have slides now, right? So you have been teaching, so you have your slides ready. However, how you want to actually make or improve your slides to a better version without less work. Okay, so online, I'm not sure, are you familiar with Slide School?
Pernah guna?
Pernah guna?
Tak pernah guna.
Tak pernah guna. Okay, Slide School is very interesting PowerPoint template. So you just search Slide School in your browser and then go to Slide School. Alright. So in Slide School, you can download a free template from them. So for example, you want to choose a template for education, just choose this education template. So you can also customize what kind of color, what kind of themes that you actually want. So this is education. Sometimes I just go for multi-purpose or business to make to make it more suitable to my context. Might be medical, so if you are actually teaching medical subject, so it can be, you can choose a template from that. Okay, there is some template that is premium, so when it is premium you need to pay for that, but there is a free template. So for example, this is one of the free templates, so you can just click and download. Example, nak download apa? Okay, maybe I will just download this one. So just click je dekat gambar tu, and it will have this word, download this template. So if you want to download and use it in Google Slides, so click here. But now we will look on how to actually download the template and use it in PowerPoint. So click on the PowerPoint button, and it will download into your computer. Okay. So itu macam mana kita nak download daripada Slides.co lah. It is very easy. Tapi the limitation of Slides.co is actually one day you can download, I think 3 maximum ke 2. So satu hari tu tak boleh download banyak-banyak template lah. So there is a limit when you want to download slides from Slides.co. Okay. So now when you have download the slides, how you want to actually embed the template into your own PowerPoint yang dah ada, yang dah siap tu. Dah buat dah ni, bukan baru nak start from scratch. For example, this is the slides. So saya dah ada, saya dah pakai slide ni. I have been using the slides. However, it is too empty. There is no design. Okay. So how to actually export this the template that we have downloaded just now to this template? So first thing that you need to do is actually open the template that we have downloaded. Okay. Right, and then we save as PowerPoint template. So choose this one, PowerPoint template.potx. Okay. Click save. Okay, so now we have saved this template in PowerPoint template version. So please remember that if you want to use that particular template, it is better to go to download and then open it, save as PowerPoint template. So you can easily embed it into your PowerPoint. How to embed it? You can go to design tab here. To the available slides. This is your current slide yang you dah guna untuk mengajar selalu kan. Lepas tu nak cantik kan, you want to put new template, so you will be using this design tab. And then you go for this browse for themes. Okay, so click browse for themes. And find where is the location that you save the PowerPoint template just now. Okay, so mana tahu yang saya boleh download. Okay, ni kot. Okay, so just click apply. Okay, so dia terus apply. So now your slides have some design. So how to actually change? Can go to home. So boleh tengok kat sini lah. This is might be the title slide. So you will be using this design for your title. And when you are online, you are actually have these columns of design ideas. Kadang-kadang dia tak auto macam ni sebab saya biasa guna I usually use this design idea. So it is here. So you can go to home and click on these design ideas to get some ideas. So might be dekat template tu, the template that we have downloaded macam tak cantik kan dia punya design. So if you want to enhance the design, you can just click design ideas here, or you can go to here and you click design ideas. Dia kadang-kadang ada dekat home, dia ada juga dekat design tabs. So just click here. So it will give you a few suggestion on new design for your current slides. Slide yang nombor berapa tu, slide itulah yang dia akan ada. Okay, so contohnya kita akan tekan yang ni. Maybe I like this one. So I want to choose this idea. So we will just implement this. Cantik dah. Okay. Ada request. Macam mana nak embed? Macam mana nak embed the design into slide? Lagi sekali Okay. Boleh. Alright. Okay. Boleh pergi pada design tab. Okay, design tab ni. Klik sini. So mungkin kita biasa buka PowerPoint tu dia akan terus dekat home tab ni kan. So make sure semua orang ada design tab ni. Kalau tak ada design tab ni boleh pergi dekat file. Biasanya ada, tapi might be kalau tertinggal, terclose ke kan. We got file, option. So kita tengok customize ribbon. So make sure dia ada design. Main tabs ni ada design. So kalau tak ada design tab, boleh pergi dekat itulah file, option, customize ribbon. Lepas tu ada kan design tab ni. Lepas tu kita klik OK. So bila ada design tab kat sini, mudahlah untuk kita export new template. So pertama sekali kita kena ada template yang kita dah download. Okay, kita tadi dah download daripada slide school ni, kita tekan. And then kita download, kita save dekat dalam satu folder. We will save it in one folder, template folder ke apa-apa folder lah yang kita nak namakan. And then you open your current PowerPoint slide yang dah ada ni, mungkin dah pakai template lain ke ataupun memang kosong. Buka je. Okay. Kemudian tadi kita dah save PowerPoint template kita dalam bentuk PowerPoint template. Make sure dia dalam POTX, PowerPoint templates, bukan PPT. Biasa kita save .ppt kan. Saya buka balik. Ni. Make sure dia template. Kalau dia tak template, dia tak jadi. Kalau tak, kita kena edit balik satu-satu. So dia akan makan masa lah. So jadi kita pun malas lah nak tukar kan bila kena tukar satu-satu. So this one kita just embed je. Right? File, save as. Kita make sure dia adalah POTX, PowerPoint template. Kalau biasa kita save PPTX kan. Kita make sure kita save POTX. Right, so dah save tu, dah save dalam folder. Kita buka balik kita punya nota yang asal tu. Kemudian tekan design tab. Browse for themes. Tekan browse for themes. Lepas tu kita cari template apa yang kita nak. Mungkin kali ni saya tukar UTM punya template pula. Okay, so kita dah tukar template baru. So macam mana kita nak ni, design ideas dia akan keluar lah terus kat sini. Ataupun boleh pergi dekat home, changekan lah layout mana kita nak tukar. Yang page kedua ni kita nak pakai layout background maroon pula ke. Ataupun might be this one. Tengok yang sesuai lah. Lepas tu dia akan ada design ideas. Contohnya macam ni, kita klik terus cantik, terus ada icon. So might be this icon you nak sesuaikan. Sesuaikan dengan point dia, mungkin tak kena dengan point kan, boleh tukar lah dekat insert icon. So boleh pilih icon yang lebih sesuai dengan point. Okay, boleh search je lah, contohnya people ke. So ada banyak gambar people, so boleh pilih lah this one ke, this one ke, this one ke kan. Which one yang lebih sesuai, and then kita akan masuk dekat dalam ni. Contohnya saya tukar people ni, saya nak people. Mana gambar tadi? Bolehlah pilih mana-mana yang sesuai. And then okay, bila masuk aja icon ni dekat dalam kita punya slide, when the icon is there but the color is black, so how you want to change the color, just click on the icon. This one ni dia dah ada elemen dia ni sebab kita dah pakai design idea. So if you want to change the color, click on the icon. So go to the graphic format tab and then change the graphic fields. So might be this color ke, this color ke. So bila kita dah embed template, dia akan ada color template color scheme according to the template that we will use. Okay, so we can just change whatever color that is suitable for our slides. So it's easy to actually make sure our slide is nice. Okay, and And if you have actually embed the slides into your PowerPoint, it will be here. So ni adalah beberapa slide yang saya pernah embed ataupun letak export dekat dalam kita punya PowerPoint. So it will be here. So saya boleh je I can just change the slides dekat sini. So next time you want to start a new PowerPoint, boleh pergi dekat file new, terus pilih this particular template lah. Right. So but this one might be I want to change, I want to use ni lah, boring lah UTM punya. So might be I want to change into yang tadi ni yang kita buat ni. Okay, so ni saya nak buat untuk title. So boleh je klik, make sure dia punya design ideas ni highlighted kat sini. If dia tak aktif, dia macam ni. So bila when it is not active, you don't have these design ideas lah. So you cannot have suggestion. So when you click here, so dia ada design ideas. So might be you want this one ke kan. Dipilih, you can choose the template here. So they will give you some suggestion. So contoh color tak cantik ke kan. And then you can just click this icon, change it graphic fields to more interesting color. You can also change the font, the size. Semua boleh kita boleh ubah lah. Tak semestinya when you are using design ideas you cannot edit. So you just choose the suggestion, you can just edit it and personalize it into your preferences. Same goes to this. Okay. Oops. And please choose the suitable design for your slides lah, and then it will give you some suggestion and which one is more suitable for your PowerPoint. Alright. So far ada question on how to embed a template into your current slides presentation? And this one will change into different colors to make it more visible ataupun put some highlights to make it more visible. Okay, so if we don't have any question, we'll proceed to the second activity. Okay, so this activity later on, later on you will be doing this slide. Nak tekan ni asyik tekan slide dia. Sorry. Okay, so you'll be doing this activity after our session. So it will be offline activity. So I want you to search for a presentation template and then export your template to your current presentation and then modify your slides accordingly according to the slide that you have choose, and try to implement the some criteria that we have learned just now about the font, about the colors, about the point, one line per point and so on, and then submit it your slide in Google Classroom. Okay, dekat in the third subtopic, I think. The third topic, I have prepared this submission for assignment. So just click view assignment and you need to submit the PowerPoint slides that you have export with new templates. Okay, tak perlu banyak, 3 to 5 slides pun okay. So just show that you know how to embed the template. Alright. Okay. Clear ke dengan this activity?
Jelas.
Alright. Okay. So if you don't have any questions, so I will proceed to the next topic. Is it okay? Semua okay ke dah mengantuk waktu petang? Okay. So I will be sharing next topic, okay? Alright. So you have know how to actually export the template to your slide presentation. You know how to actually create a design ideas. Oh yeah, and I forgot to show you on Smart Art. Do you know how to use Smart Art? Apa pula nak tunjuk tu tadi? Who knows to use Smart Art? Later on, when you are doing your activity, so you can also change this. If you have a few points, but you don't know how to actually make it more interesting or interactive, so you can always use Smart Art. Okay. What you can do is actually for example, you have this form. Okay. You tak ada design pun. This is how you put your point in your PowerPoint. So how to make sure your point is nicely written. Tak ada gambar ni nak letak tapi nak letak point ni cantik. So you just highlight all, Control A, select all, and then you can just click convert to Smart Art. So you can just choose whatever Smart Art graphic is here, or you can click more Smart Art graphics. So kat sini, if it is a list, you can choose from many design of the list. If it is process, so you can choose this kind of process, flow chart ke kan. So you can choose accordingly in relation to your content. For example, this is just a list. Might be I want to choose this one. Okay, so I want to choose this one, and then you can change the color as well. Sikit lagi. Loading pula saya punya ni. So you can change the color and you can change the design actually. Nak dia macam macam ni ke kan? If you want, if you like it like move, boleh tukar macam ni. If you like it flat, you can use this template. Okay. So and I think it best to use a similar effect for one slide. If that particular slide is using emboss macam ni, ada apa ni, macam timbul-timbul ni kan, it best to use this throughout the slide. Apa nama dia ni?
Emboss effect.
Emboss kan. And then if you want to use flat, boleh guna yang flat je. So it will be standardized lah throughout the notes. Okay. Kenapa lambat nak keluar color ni? Might be my internet is quite lambat. So you can change the color actually. So it is easy. If you want to change the color individually pun boleh. Just click and then you go to format. You can just change the colors. Okay. Contoh macam ni. If you want to choose it and edit it individually. But make sure your colors is on your color scheme lah for that particular template. Might be I want this one is in beige color, this one is purple, and then I want this one purple lagi. So I just want to use my design. Boleh we can just use our own preferences. Okay. So that's how you can easily use or convert your point yang paling panjang tu menjadi lebih menarik menggunakan Smart Art. So kalau macam kat sini sebenarnya you can actually add pictures. So you can find or insert pictures from a file. If you have download the pictures, you can also use online pictures So this online picture also will be searched from Flickr or OneDrive, Bing or OneDrive. So if you already download the pictures like Dr. Nurbiha has shared to you this morning, so you can just go to from a file and then add pictures. So it will be here, and make sure the pictures is actually open source. All right. So any question on smart art? Right. I think it is easy, right, to make sure your point is more interactive using smart art. Kat sini kalau nak tambah icon pun boleh je. Klik icon. So you boleh cari icon ataupun boleh pergi dekat Flaticon tadi. You can go to Flaticon and then download the icon and use upload it to your PowerPoint slide. Boleh je. If you download from Flaticon, so you must insert pictures lah from where you save the Flaticon icon. Alright. So back to the next topic. Okay, so next topic is about creating image-based note. Okay, so to actually creating image-based note, we can use infographic. So now it is really easy to make infographic, nice infographic using canva.com. Or you can use also Adobe Illustrator if you have the skill to use this kind of, I can say intermediate to advanced software for design. So you can use this software to create your own infographic. But if you are a beginner, I would suggest you to use canva.com because the template is already there, so you can just edit the template accordingly. All right, and then you can also creating a process diagram. So if you want, if your notes or you are teaching something that is related to process that want to show diagrams, you can use a Visio or Draw.io to actually create a diagram. So it is more easy and you can change color, you can customize on your diagrams, and then you save your diagrams, you just upload the pictures to your slide. And then creating memes, so you can use memes generator and also creating animated GIF. So you can also use this software, and you can also use this online software. You can just how to create GIF, so you just there, so you can just use that. But I do believe that excessive GIFs and memes is not really good for our slides, but one or two might be interesting and suitable to make sure the notes is more interesting. Okay, so now I think I will show you on Canva. Ada siapa pernah guna Canva tak?
Pernah guna lama dah, tapi lama dah tak guna juga.
Lama dah tak guna. Sayang tu, sekarang Canva dah macam-macam template.
Ya,
This
ya,
Canva
tahu.
ni
Dulu
sebenarnya.
masa first dulu dia ada baru guna.
Masa first dia ni. Okay, pernah? Okay, ramai tak yang pernah guna? Okay, I can see a few people have experience in using Canva. So how to? Dah biasa?
Biasa guna Illustrator.
Oh, ni lagi hebat ni Illustrator. Okay, sebab Illustrator ni sebab teman-teman orang arts ni memang hebat ni guna Illustrator. Buat Canva, buat slides. Yes. Dekat Canva boleh guna buat slides, boleh buat poster, boleh buat macam-macam lah. Saya guna banyak kan? Saya guna macam-macam untuk Canva ni sebenarnya. Sangat memudahkan. Okay, dulu saya pun menggunakan Photoshop, menggunakan Illustrator. However, sekarang saya dah gunakan Canva je sebab dah ada template yang mudah.
Yeah.
Okay. And it also produce a quite good quality. However, if you have a pro account or additional account, you can resize macam lebih ni lah. Untuk kalau kita untuk printed kurang sesuai lah kalau kita guna basic account. But if you want to print the banner ke apa, it is better if you have education account or pro account, so you can make sure the size and the quality is very good. But
dia free ke berbayar? Kena subscribe?
Canva.
Uh-uh.
Canva dia ada free dan juga Canva have free version and paid version actually. So yes, Canva Edu. So if you have a .edu account, so you can actually apply for Canva Education. So if you have Canva Education, you have access to most of the pro elements in Canva. So I have this Canva Education actually. Normally I will use this and bolehlah cuba apply Canva Edu. Okay, I think yes, this one, education. So you can go here and apply for Canva Education. It have similar function to Pro. Ada juga lah yang tak ada dekat education, yang ada kat Pro tak ada kat education, but I think it's good enough. And you can apply Canva for education. I think you need to upload some. So you just click sign up now. So you use your email, education.email.edu, and then mungkin dia yang hari tu dia minta saya a few documents that prove you are actually educators. So when you have Canva for education, so you have most of the access for education lah. Banyak macam elements yang pro, semua tu kita boleh dapat, tapi dia tulis like edu, so that is license for education. Okay. Contohnya science presentation for example. So if you can see kat sini ada edu. So when you have edu apa orang kata education account, so you can use this for free. So you can just tak ada ni lah, tak ada watermark dan sebagainya. If you are not education account, so you need to use the free version. Tapi free version pun memang dah banyak juga. So kalau nak kata macam elements tak cukup ke, image tak cukup, you can always upload from outsource lah. If you don't apply for education. Okay, so if you don't have education account, boleh je try sign up dan log in. So saya dah sign up. So normally I will just log in or sign up with Google. Ni tak kisahlah mau guna Facebook ke, mana-mana preferences lah. So this is I try to sign up to free account. Right. So I think student saya pun ramai juga sebenarnya dah gunakan apa ni Canva for slides, because it also allows you to collaborate with others. For biasanya when I give some activities in class, now diorang kan online kan, so they use Canva and then they can invite other group members to collaboratively with them creating that particular slides. Tapi kita boleh guna juga function tu dekat Google Slides. But in Canva you have this nice design lah. So if you want to go for presentation, select presentation, go to templates, then you can just click presentation. Ataupun dekat sini they also suggest you what will you design presentation or so on. So boleh pilih lah presentation contohnya. Presentation adalah slides lah yang kita nak gunakan. Alright. So might be we want to use our slide for teaching and learning, tak naklah yang macam kanak-kanak sangat kan. So you can just choose whatever style that you want, theme you want, might be business ke, yang related to your content lah. Okay, corporate ke, nak simple, nak minimalize, semua boleh. You can choose the template. Okay. So this is some of the template. So if you can see RM here, yang kat sini template ni kena bayar lah if free account. But if you have education account, so you can actually use a few template that is actually macam kat sini berbayar, dekat education sebenarnya you boleh pakai. So tu kelebihan education account lah. So you can apply to education account. Okay. So maybe I want to choose this. So cara nak guna, you can just click on that particular picture and then click customize the template. Ataupun you can always start blank template. Click blank template and then you create. Contohnya banyak sangat template kan, tak tahu nak pilih yang mana. Nak tengok sambil ada you punya content, boleh pergi kat sini, create blank. So you click in this section. Ni ada templates, elements, upload, text. More. Okay. So this is the basic function that we have when we sign up for a free account. Okay. If you want to change the template now, so you can just go and find what kind of template, might be keynote presentation ke, company presentation ke, startup ke, sales ke. Manalah yang sesuai dengan kita punya content. Okay. Might be this one ke kan. Okay, nak guna ni. And then you can just click and then just add second slide. Might be the second slide is this. Boleh tambah macam tu je. As simple as that. So based on these slides, you can just edit it. Tapi gerakkan dia. Right. So you can edit the text, the pictures. Yang ni ada animation sikit. Okay. So boleh je klik kat sini. Contohnya you can click here, edit image. So boleh adjust brightness, contrast, saturation, letakkan glow ke, drop ke, boleh juga. But when using Canva, you need to have a good internet connection. So it will react faster lah. Kalau tidak dia akan loading, pusing untuk tukar each time you change something. So might be I want to change this to education ke apa-apalah. And this is might be your name ke kan. Dah selesai. Satu front page. Cantik. Okay. So this one is animate. So you can just click these elements and then click animate. So kat sini you can just choose what is the animation that you want. Macam ni kan. Boleh tukar-tukar. Animation. So how to insert this element? Go to elements. Go to elements so you can choose from this. Now audio, video, photo, line or shapes. So you can go here. Boleh juga you can also go to this graphic. Might be you want graphic, so you want to search on books ke. Okay, so you will get a graphic on book. So choose the one that is actually suit with your theme or template. So don't choose something that is not really suit with your template. Okay, nak letak kat sini kan. So maybe I don't want this. Saya punya mouse dia macam ni sikit hari ni. Okay, so maybe nak letak sini. Course plan ke kan. So might be you want to animate this. Boleh tekan animate. Boleh pilih lah. Might be you want this one. So dia ada animation sedikit lah. If you want it in animate. Right. So boleh macam tu lah. You boleh upload new pictures. For example, you already download feature from Flickr, Pixabay, and then you can just upload media. Click upload media, and then you just upload any media that you have in your PC that you have been downloaded to be used for your slides. Okay. You can add more text, you can add heading, subheading, little body, or you can just choose the template, the given template to make sure contohnya ni macam lebih sesuai to to be used for titles, kan, ends of slide or in the subsection. So if you want to show subsection, you can also use this tag element. Okay. So you can also, now you can also create a short video or audio in Canva. So just go here. They have some templates. Biasanya you can use for intro or outro video. Might be we will go that into the second session later on lah, on how to actually create intro and outro video. This is some of the provided provided video from Canva. So you can add in some video like this. Okay. Add slides. You can add video. Sini. Might be you want to have a background yang gerak-gerak kan. So you letak video. And then might be you want to put title. Gitu. And then you can change the color for your text. You boleh besarkan lagi. Okay. And then you can also nak naikkan dia kan, boleh naikkan sikit tulisan. You can highlight and then choose effect. So you give it some shadow ke, leaf ke kan. So it will be macam ada beza kan dengan tak ada ni, macam nampak flat sikit. If you choose leaf, so it will be more macam nampak naik sikit lah. So you can also use neon if you want neon, and you can control the intensity, glitch. So it depends on your team lah. Glitching boleh tukar-tukar color juga dia punya belakang ni. Direction. So normally we will use glitch macam tema-tema teknologi, tema game ke kan. We will use this glitch. Boleh juga nak guna tema lain, tapi make sure it is suitable and not too many colours lah. This one ke, follow ni pun okay juga. So you can play around and it is very simple to change the types of design for your text. Okay. Macam ni macam susah sikit nak baca kan. So make sure that you choose the right one lah. Might be this one suitable. So when you play, you want to try to play your slide, just click full screen. So it will be like this. So dia punya background bergerak. So it will be more interesting and interactive. The slides, the text is there, but the background is moving. So this is short video as a background lah. Alright. For now, do you have any question for Canva? Ataupun nak share ke yang mana dah biasa guna Canva kan?
Puan Maizah nak tunjuk tu.
Boleh. Mungkin boleh tunjuk one of your example slides that you have been do using, dah buat guna Canva kan? It's easy and it is nice, I think. Boleh share kan?
Puan Maizah.
Ada dalam Padlet? Okay. Go to Padlet. Padlet saya tadi. Alright, which one?
HCI.
Ni, ya, HCI. Okay. Orang komputer ni. Okay. Alright. So mungkin nak cerita sikit Puan Maizah Dr. Maizah.
Puan Maizan.
Maizan. Okay, mungkin boleh share your slide.
Nak cerita apa?
How you actually know to use ke macam mana, apa elemen yang guna ke? Macam ni kan ada gerak-gerak.
Ni macam doktor cerita tadi lah, animation, lepas tu masukkan elemen apa, macam ikon dia terpilih lah kan template mana yang kita nak.
Cantik ni.
Cantik.
Tak ni team ni dalam team ada team kita orang lah ACI ni.
It's really nice. Kalau kat sini kita tengok memang colour scheme dia menarik and because hitam dan kuning, so ada colour yang jelas menunjuk perbezaan. Yang kita kalau colour dia tu lebih kurang, dia tak cantik tau, dia tak nampak, tak menonjol apa yang kita nak sampaikan, the point that we want to be delivered is not there. So this is really nice with the animation, ada gerak-gerak kat sini dan animation dia tak mengganggu kita untuk belajar, it's not too much. So for kita kena bayangkan diri kita sebagai learner. Kalau ada orang berjoget mungkin kita macam terganggu nak tengok orang berjoget ni kan. This is very smooth and nice animation. Simple je triangle tu. But it make it more interactive. This one pun cantik, tulisan nampak, ada background yang related. This is about computer and the pictures back there is also about laptop and computer. So it is intim lah, senang cerita kan. Gambar ni ambil daripada Canva ke macam mana, Dr. Maizan?
Ikon dekat tu, adalah pilihan ikon dia tu.
Ikon dalam Canva jugalah, bukan daripada luar lah.
Sebenarnya ikon daripada Canva saya lupa.
Canva, okay. Kadang-kadang dia Canva pun dah dekat dalam elements yang macam
banyak
dah ada banyak.
Yeah.
But if might be you don't want element daripada situ ataupun apa ni, icon di situ boleh download upload daripada luar juga.
Daripada luar dari Google.
Nice, dia punya animation cantik kan?
Lecturer multimedia.
Masih cantik lah macam. And this is video ke?
Yeah, YouTube saya. YouTube. This one YouTube yang dia orang boleh link lah. Sebab dia
so
dekat
how you embed YouTube ni dekat dalam Canva? Boleh share?
Masuk je itu rasanya. Masuk link. Embed.
Embed the link. Yes. Kalau macam ni biasanya kita embed the link dekat dalam dalam Canva lah, so that bila macam ni
play terus.
Welcome to What is Usability? This learning activity will help you understand what usability is and how usability.
So dia tak perlulah pergi ke YouTube untuk apa ni? Untuk view the video. So you can just view the video from here. Make sure it is open source
Sebelum ni tak belajar lagi.
Itulah.
Mungkin lepas ni kena double check lah.
Yes. Lepas ni kita kena double check lah sebab yes, this is macam awareness lah kan. Macam Dr. Nurbiha cakap tadi pagi. So this is awareness and macam sort of our responsibilities on sharing the material
kan.
Lepas tu dan kita bagi kat student pun sudah akan sebarkan juga kan.
Betul.
So I believe we can change macam mana orang kata sikit-sikit lah kan.
Ya, betul.
Kalau ni ya student kena strong internet network lah kan. Buat guna Canva. Embed video lagi.
So untuk Dr. Maizan biasa share slide ni dengan student macam mana? Download PDF ke?
Biasa pas ke dia orang PDF, tapi bila kita mengajar kita gunalah slide ni. Kita guna slide Canva ni.
So guna
biasanya dekat Webex dan sebagainya lah biasanya lah.
So jadi bila Dr. Maizan mengajar guna present ni lah maksudnya?
Presentation ni lah.
Interaktif So sebab for yang free version, if I'm not mistaken, kita boleh download dia jadi PDF je.
Ya, betul. Yang ni pun yang education juga ni, Canva education.
Yes, education dia boleh banyak sikit lah. So if you want to give some copy to student, kita download PDF. Ya macam biasalah PPT pun kita convert to PDF juga kan. Kalau tak, kita guna je function present macam tadi, so dia akan jadi macam interaktif macam ni lah, ada yang bergerak. So student pun tak adalah boring tengok very macam text saja kan. Ni this very interaktif, cantik. Congratulations. Mungkin dia boleh ajar kawan-kawan juga ni.
Tak, ni pun dalam kumpulan juga ni. Ada
buat
team
bersama
SCI, kita orang SCI ada team.
Betul banyak section mengajar banyak section SCI.
Tapi slowly lah dia kadang-kadang takes time juga kan nak buat satu-satu topik tu. So slowly lah ada yang kita boleh buat gambar, ada yang still lagi guna PowerPoint yang sebelum ni campur-campur lah. Tapi we try to move to ke arah sini lah kan. Kalau boleh gambar ni interaktif sikit and then kita boleh rasa student pun suka kot tengok kan slide yang lively macam ni lah.
Yes, I agree. Betul, saya pun setuju. So tak adalah kelas tu pelajar kita tidur kan, tengok kita punya slide boring.
Kalau kita ajar apa human computer interaction kan, kita try to ajar dia macam mana how to interact, apply the concept.
Ya, betul-betul bagus. Cantik.
Okay, terima kasih.
Picot Dr. Maiza, okey lah.
Tahniah lah.
Cik Sofia ni.
And saya rasa this is also a very good initiative lah buat bersama. Kadang-kadang memang banyak kan topik tu untuk kita buat seorang-seorang, and that's how we actually ada a few subject lah dekat UTM we also use like that. So orang ni buat topik ni, orang buat topik ni. So semua orang dah buat sikit-sikit, dia jadi cantik dan semua orang boleh guna kan. So that is very good initiative lah. In fact, when we are developing online courses, normally kita pun akan buat a few teams. Contohnya ada beberapa orang mengajar this HCI, so we want to develop an online course on HCI. So we gather these few lecturers that have been teaching HCI. So kita bahagikan, for example, chapter 1 siapa buat slide. So kita akan dapat semua slide tu, kita boleh gunakan bersama dan dia cantik. So itu benefitnya lah juga. Bila kita dah buat online course, kita boleh guna juga untuk apa ni?
Dan semualah kan, CW semua.
Betul. Menarik. Okay. Right. Saya nak pergi ke atas ni. Saya punya mouse ni dia macam something pula hari ni. Okay.
Kena tukar dah tu, doktor.
Itulah. nak tukar mouse dah depan ni. Okay. So I think everybody is actually dah tahu how to use Canva. Bolehlah try sign up sekarang, siapa yang tak pernah, siapa yang dah lama tinggal mungkin boleh come back to Canva. Saya selalu sangat gunakan Canva ni, boleh katakan hari-hari buka Canva. Hari ni buat slide, esok buat poster, lusa buat infografik. And then sometimes I design also a course banner using Canva lah. Course banner yang kita boleh sebenarnya letak dekat dalam kita punya online course lah. Depends on what platform that you use. Sometimes e-learning saya guna jugalah untuk gunakan template ni. Templates and then boleh gunakan Facebook cover ataupun LinkedIn banners yang untuk Moodle lah. Moodle ataupun e-learning. That is just some sharing, but to this we will focus more on slides, and that is very good lah from Dr. Maizan. It's cantik sangat. Teruskan usaha. Okay, saya nak sambung sikit je lagi on this point. Okay, so besides kita create a very nicely designed, gunakan template, we use outsource template, we use Canva to create our slides to make it more interactive. We can also create and prepare a narrative notes. So macam siapa tadi saya ada siapa tadi mention, Dr. Mala yang mention, you do put narrative audio, right? To your presentation. So itu pun juga membantu lagi-lagi for this self-instructional material. So we want for the learners to learn by themselves. So how you want to make sure they understand? You can put some narrative on your notes or slide presentation. So what you can do is actually prepare a script. Okay, I believe the second session later on we will also share on how to actually prepare a script. Okay. But I will briefly share how to actually prepare a script. If you want to narrate your notes throughout the slide, so you might want to prepare some script for the whole slides. But if you just want to narrate some of the certain slides, for example, slide number 3, I want to give some narration because you have only pictures and some bold notes there. So you want to give some explanation. You can also do that if you don't want to record for the whole slide. Okay, so what is the software that you can use to create a narrative note? Is actually Captivate, Loom, or Microsoft PowerPoint. So Microsoft PowerPoint must be the version of 2019 and above. So yang version below daripada ni, dia tak allow untuk narrate with video, tapi untuk audio boleh. So if you just want to put an audio narration, boleh guna yang older version lah. But if you want to narrate with video, so you need to use Microsoft PowerPoint 2019 and 365. Basically, I'm using, dulu saya guna 2019, now I'm reading to 365. So I think this is very effective tool, especially for PowerPoint and Loom. Saya memang pengguna tegar lah untuk kelas saya juga. So for micro credential, I also record the my online course, my online video using Microsoft PowerPoint. So I have that slides that I create the slide using the template, using the correct font and colors, and then I just narrate this the PowerPoint slides and make it into nice video. Okay, you can do that with just Microsoft PowerPoint. Okay, so how to actually easily read your script through Microsoft PowerPoint? I'll be sharing today. So this is how you record the interface, how you record using Microsoft PowerPoint. Okay, macam mana ni? Ada siapa pernah guna tak recording guna PowerPoint? Might be because this online pandemic ni jadi online, mungkin dah power dah. Okay. So what you can do is actually you prepare a script. So sekiranya anda nak prepare script, so you this is the slide that you want to narrate. Okay. So if this is the slide that you want to narrate, you can add in some notes here. Okay, so might be hi, assalamualaikum, apa-apalah tulis write in your script, or you can just in this section you can see apa. So you just type in whatever script that you want to explain to your student in this particular slide. So each slide you can actually add notes, and you can read this note later on when you are recording yourself using Microsoft PowerPoint. Okay, so how to get into this interface? Okay, so this is the slide that I want to record, for example. So you just go to this recording tab. Okay, recording tab. If you don't have this recording tab, you can go to File, More, Option, and then Customize Ribbon. Because normally recording tab memang tak ada standard. They don't just give you this recording tab. You need to actually tick this recording tab and then click OK. Biasanya tak ada. Yes, if you are actually using this tab, selalu guna, keluarkanlah tab ni dekat atas ni. So it will be easy lah if you want to record. You just go to recording tab to record. If not, you need to go insert audio video ni lah. Record audio and video and screen recording. But it is better if you are you want to record using PowerPoint and you have a few things that to record, just keluarkan je recording tab ni, so that it will be easy for you to actually record your PowerPoint. Okay, I think I will be showing this sikit later on. Alright. So if you can see in this recording tab, there is a record slideshow button, screenshot, screen recording, video, audio, and export to video. Okay. So in record slideshow, you can start record from current slide or record from beginning. So as I said just now, you can narrate your whole slide. If you have 16 slides, so you can narrate whole slides and then export it to video. If you want to just narrate certain slide, you can just record from current slide. So you can just record that particular slide. Okay, and then you have this screenshot button. So you can also screenshot and then screen recording. So if you don't want to have your face or if you want to show things that is actually step by step, you can use this screen recording. So if you click this, it will give you what is the area that you want to record. So you can just select and start recording. I'm not sure you nampak. So actually ni kalau kita ajar face to face dia macam lebih ni lah, lebih menarik. Tapi I think just show it today sikit. So later on we will refresh when we have the second series. Okay, and then we have audio and video and then export to video. So how to record this current slide is just click record slideshow. Boleh nampak tak saya punya ni? Okay. Alright, so record slideshow. If you have prepare your script, just click notes. Okay, just click note kat sini. If you can see kat sini note yang you tulis kat bawah tu dia keluar kat sini. So you can just read through the script here. So you are looking into your camera and your notes. So dia tak nampak lah macam you are reading the script. So it looks like you are actually delivering your ni lah, your course. Okay, you can, yes. Apa ni?
Nampak natural.
Nampak natural. Nampak natural lah, tak baca ni. And you can, if dia punya script panjang, boleh scroll down tau sebenarnya. So if you are using mouse yang macam tak bunyi klik-klik tu, memang smooth sangat. So you boleh kalau tak nak nampak kamera pun boleh juga. Kat sini ada dia also laser pointer, highlighter semua boleh boleh guna. So how to record? Just click record. So it will be start recording your voice. You can also pause. You can also stop if you want to stop. If you want to replay, you can just replay. Start recording your voice. You can also macam tu je. So dia akan it will be auto next slide if you put some transition. If you don't put some transition, you kena click next lah. So if you don't put some transition and you want to record for the whole slide, make sure you give some space. Maksudnya dah habis baca dekat sini, pause kejap, baru klik next slide. Kalau tidak nanti kan takut voice you terpotong. Okay. So if you have, if you want to, contohnya tadi tersalah cakap, boleh clear existing recording. Bila replay kan, rasa alamak tadi tersalah sebut. Clear ni, and then
Dah situ.
Balik. Okay.
Masukkan pen lagi cari bawah cover.
Ada soalan ke? Bukan.
Mute Cik Pian.
Jadi guna apa? Guna Canva ke PowerPoint?
Yang ni. Yang ini kita guna PowerPoint.
Okay.
Okay, so this one kita guna PowerPoint tapi kena version 2019 ataupun 365, 365 sahaja. So if you want to record with video lah, if you want to just record audio, tak apa, boleh pakai yang older version. So if you nak clear recording, just click here, clear existing recording. If you have done macam dah satu slide ni je kan, you want to narrate and then just click close, so it will be back dekat sini. So tadi saya tak boleh nak record tadi dengan audio because I'm using Webex at the same time. So I cannot show how is actually the video. But if you are recording without Webex, so might be you have to ni lah adalah access. So sebab tu saya kata macam dia lebih sesuai kita ajar semasa ni lah face to face, tak apa. Tapi tak apa, saya tunjuk dulu, might be you can try later on. So if you have record, nanti dekat sini dia akan ada macam video. So video tu kita boleh edit, audio pun boleh edit. We can edit it. Just click here. So go to audio format ataupun right click pun boleh. Kita pula right click. Okay, pergi dekat audio format. So you can just playback, sorry. Playback. Lepas tu you can just choose to play automatically, fade in, fade out. Mungkin kita nak macam ada suara slow sikit kan. Suara ni kita boleh tambah lah ni. Macam mungkin 25 second ke 50 second. Kita letak, lepas tu kita nak trim pun boleh. So macam kita nak, tadi terdiam lama sangat kan. So kita pun macam boleh edit kat sini. Kalau saya punya mouse ni tak gerak. Macam ni. So boleh tadi yang macam tergelak sikit at the end tu mungkin macam gini. Lepas tu kita boleh create OK. So kita hanya we will be using the icon that is actually the audio that is actually that we want. So it is easy to be edited and to be created juga. Okay. So it is similar if you have video. Boleh juga pergi dekat, make sure you click the audio and then you go to playback and then boleh kalau video pun you can trim as well. So you can also put play in background, so dia akan repeatedly loop je lah if you want to play in background. So normally kita tak pilih kalau narrated, kita tak pilih untuk play in background lah. So we will choose this edition, fade in, fade out and trim. Okay, so setakat ini ada apa-apa soalan? On how to record. Might be mungkin yang tak pernah try record using PowerPoint mungkin macam agak blur sedikit. Nak guna mungkin you kena try keluarkan recording tab ni. Lepas tu try record. Sebenarnya dia sangat mudah. Alright, so if you don't have any question, I think that's all from me for today. So don't forget to do the activity exporting presentation. So try to find a nice template online in Slides.go. Jangan download banyak sebab macam ni cantik, itu pun cantik. Hari ni boleh download 2 ke 3 je satu hari. So try to download 1 or 2 templates that you want. Try to export in your current slide and then modify and submit it to the Google Classroom. So I will be looking on the activity dekat dalam Google Classroom lah, dekat sini. Okay. Right. So if there is any question regarding notes, Canva ke, recording ke?
Ada soalan?
I think ramai pun ada a few yang dah pernah guna pun kan Canva, ada yang dah pernah guna juga recording in PowerPoint. Mungkin you can change ideas later on how to actually create a nice PowerPoint using Canva, using PowerPoint, using current template in Slides.go. Kan ada ramai orang juga share template, so you can download and make sure you save as PowerPoint template. So you can use it easily. Tak adalah macam copy satu kan, satu slide tu kita copy masuk dekat dalam this particular slide yang sedia ada. So dia macam mengambil masa yang sangat lama. So kita pun jadi malas lah nak buat kan. So this is the easy way that I can share lah. Right. Kalau tak ada soalan, I think this is that's all from me. I pass back to Dr. Nurmala. Thank you.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih kepada Dr. Ana Haziqah atas talk ceramah berkenaan dengan designing notes, designing slide. Very informative. Banyak info-info yang kita dapat berkaitan dengan software, free open software yang penting. yang boleh kita hasilkan slide yang bagus kan, konten yang bagus. Okay, kat sini juga saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada Dr. Nurbiha untuk sesi pertama, dan insya-Allah untuk bengkel ini kita akan teruskan untuk sesi siri ketiga pada 29 November nanti. Pada 29 November nanti secara face to face pada Minggu Citra, insya-Allah. Okay, so sebelum tu saya Dr. Azwa ada apa-apa nak?
Okay, kalau boleh saya tambah, once again thank you to Dr. Nurbiha dan Dr. Aina. So basically kita punya siri 2 ni kita ada 3 siri semuanya. The first siri banyak tekankan kepada kepada kita nak develop digital content. Kita nak pastikan the originality of digital content. Tak nak nanti bila kita dah buat lalas kena sue dan sebagainya kalau kita gunakan benda silap. So itu yang ditekankan di pertama. Dan yang di sesi petang kita tekankan juga pasal data anak terhadap design, good design. So I think siri ketiga nanti kita tengok sudut praktikal lah. Dan saya juga sebenarnya kita diperkenalkan dengan skop develop on digital content dengan method AD ke tadi kan?
AD model.
Itu kan? AD model. So AD model kalau kita tengok lebih kepada kalau dalam SDLC software development lebih kepada waterfall model yang mana proses perlu berjalan selanjutnya bila proses yang lain siap dan mengambil masa yang lama. So mungkin dalam siri ketiga nanti kalau ada introduction on ada model macam rapid development untuk lagi cepat masa speed, dan pada masa sama kita tak nak efek segi kualiti, mungkin juga boleh tengok nantilah. Harap saya boleh terangkan sikit lah nanti pada siri ketiga. Dan saya rasa itu sahaja dari saya, dan saya amat terima kasih once again kepada Dr. Nurbiha dan Dr. Ana kerana sudi memberi ilmu yang sangat manfaat pada all the peserta. Terima kasih.
Okay, terima kasih kepada Encik Azwa. Okay, sebelum kita tutup dulu majlis ni, kemudian kita ada sesi foto dan sesi scan QR dan juga evaluation lah. Okay. So saya tutup majlis ini dengan tasbih kafarah dan surah Wal-As. Okay, nak mohon semua peserta untuk on video. Diha ada?
Ya, saya. Kejap.
Diha take ni
Saya. Buka kamera semua ya. Ready ya? Sekejap. Satu lagi. Okey, saya dah ambil gambar. Cumanya nak minta semua peserta untuk scan feedback bengkel ni. Boleh nampak
Boleh attendance dengan feedback kan Diha?
Attendance dengan feedback. So itu saja daripada saya semua. Terima kasih kepada semua peserta yang hadir. untuk bengkel hari ni.
Yang pagi tadi sama ke? Ke ni yang lain?
Sama saja. Sama-sama.
Okay, terima kasih semua. Terima kasih Dr. Anna, Dr. Nurbiha.
Terima kasih semua. Terima kasih Comel.
Terima kasih.